Funding for our programs comes from you.
And Cambridge Trust, a division of Eastern Bank, dedicated to helping individuals and businesses pursue their financial goals with a full range of banking and wealth management services. Learn more at cambridgetrust.com. Denied the basic human right of a disability pension, a caravan of activists with disabilities crossed the Andes in order to be heard. Don't miss Doc World, La Lucha, tonight at 9 on GBH2.
Adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities face some of the highest unemployment rates in the workforce. In Haverhill, one nonprofit is trying to change that through food.
There is a candidate pool of people that are very skilled and reliable, and we overlook that a lot of times.
From a training kitchen to a new downtown cafe, meet the people proving what they're capable of. You can find the rest of that story online at gbhnews.org.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Jim Browdy, head on BPR and GBH and NEP, and we all saw the spectacle in Congress yesterday as the GOP once again used Dr. Anthony Fauci as the midterm distraction punching bag. What was your reaction to the hearings and the abuse? Call or text. Then we'll get political analyst Chuck Todd on board. He'll talk about the Justice Department consulting with a mobster in their attempt to convict former FBI Director Comey of threatening the president. Plus, Suffolk County DA Kevin Hayden joins us as he runs for re-election.
I'm Marjorie Egan. The second hour, we'll speak with MIT President Sally Kornbluth about how Trump-induced challenges are really hurting the research that's going on at MIT. Then it's Boston Globe COO Dan Krockmalnic on a journalist shield bill that's crawling through the State House again. And finally, am I the a-hole? Who's the bigger jerk? The after-hours work texter or the person who wants to be left alone? Weigh in next on BPR.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Janine Herbst. At least 8 people are dead, dozens wounded as Russia pounded Ukraine overnight with hundreds of drones and missiles. NPR's Greg Myrie has more.
President Volodymyr Zelensky warned in a late-night post on social media that Russia was planning a major attack. Hours later, the bombing began with missile and drone fire on multiple cities, including the capital, Kyiv. The deadliest attack was in the central city of Kryvyi Rih, where local officials said 6 members of an extended family were killed. The bombardment came 2 days after Zelensky met President Trump at the White House and asked for more air defense weapons. Russia carries out airstrikes nightly and periodically unleashes a massive barrage in an attempt to overwhelm Ukraine's limited air defenses. Greg Myrie, NPR News, Kyiv.
The number of people excused from the Trump administration's new state Medicaid work requirement rules is small, smaller than even some conservative states wanted. Catherine Houghton of KFF Health News has more.
By January, millions of people will have to prove they're either working, volunteering, or going to school to keep Medicaid's low-cost health coverage. States like Montana initially planned to give people who are homeless a pass, but the federal government says that's not allowed.
My Medicaid is still active, but when are they going to cut that off from me? I can't get employed. How am I supposed to survive?
Taiwan Pugh has been living without housing in Missoula, Montana since his wife's death last year. He has seizures that make it hard to keep a job. People like Pugh could still qualify for a medical exemption, but that would take a paper trail of proof, which is especially hard for people without steady access to housing and health care.
The head of FIFA is setting a September 19th deadline for World Soccer Federations to join a venture bankrolled by the brother of President Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner. NPR's John Stolness says the plan is drawing strong negative reaction from many of those governing bodies.
The European soccer body, UEFA, calls the move by FIFA President Gianni Infantino a scheme and says the World Cup is not FIFA's to sell. The plan to create a $20 billion subsidiary to run the World Cup would be backed by Joshua Kushner's investment firm Thrive Capital. In a video selling the potential arrangement, Infantino pitched the idea as a way to grow the sport for everyone.
If and only if it is approved by the majority of our 211 member associations and FIFA Council, it would be a FIFA-owned and controlled subsidiary consolidating FIFA's commercial and event operations.
Asian Federation officials are also against the move.
NPR's John Stolnis reporting. You're listening to NPR News from Washington.
Good morning. With the latest from the GBH newsroom, I'm Henry Santoro. After hours of testimony from residents in Cambridge last night, the Cambridge City Council has postponed a decision on whether to temporarily reinstate ShotSpotter, a gunshot detection system the city stopped using in May. The Crimson reports the policy order introduced by Councilors E. Denise Simmons and Timothy Flaherty that followed the fatal shooting of a city employee, Xavier Batista, would restore ShotSpotter while Cambridge conducts a broader public review of public safety technology. However, last night, nearly 50 residents spoke in public comment, with some calling for the system's return, while others are arguing that Cambridge should instead invest in other violence prevention programs. No word yet on when a final decision will be made. And as electric bikes become increasingly popular here in Massachusetts, police, doctors, and state officials are trying to keep safety rules top of mind. Norwood Patch reports that in the Massachusetts town of Milford, police have responded to more than 80 e-bike-related incidents so far this year. They say the incidents include disturbances, reckless operation reports, and other safety concerns. The local increase comes as Massachusetts Governor Maura Healey's proposed Ride Safe Act seeks to clarify how Massachusetts regulates e-bikes and scooters, mopeds, and other micro-mobility devices. Police say when riders travel at excessive speeds, they weave through traffic, ride in pedestrian areas, or operate modified bikes, the risk of a serious crash or tragedy increases significantly. 66 degrees in Boston, 70 in Springfield. This is GBH News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include Capital One, offering their dining and entertainment card, Savor. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. Details at CapitalOne.com. And listeners like you who donate to this NPR station.
He is Jim Browdy. I am Marjorie Egan. You're listening to BPR and GBH and NEPM and streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Andrew Cabral and Juliet Akine will be hosting at the BPL tomorrow. Jim and I have the day off. And Susan, our media maven, Sue O'Connell, will be calling in. She's been covering the Lindsay Clancy trial. She'll be calling in to Andrea and Juliet. August 11th, the Attorney General will be with us at the Boston Public Library. And the next day, August 12th, at the library with the mayor of the city of Boston. Hello, Jim.
Hey there, Marjorie. How are you?
Excellent, thank you.
Good. So by now, I'm assuming you've seen and heard clips from yesterday's congressional hearings with Dr. Anthony Fauci, the 85-year-old former government scientist. For what, 50 years he worked for serving the government? 50
something
years,
like that.
Something like that. Who refused to answer questions. He claimed the Fifth Amendment. We'll talk about that in a minute as to why, in the face of being, let's be kind, aggressively being questioned by Republicans about the COVID pandemic. Here's Ohio Republican Bernie Moreno doing his best imitation of a foul-mouthed teenager, apparently still very upset about the mask mandates from 6 years ago.
Who the f*** do you think you were for doing that? It is a total disgrace what you did to this country. And if my Democrat colleagues are standing there defending you, I hope the voters of the United States of America watch the clips of every one of you doting on a guy who was more interested in being a celebrity than saving American people.
Did Senator Moreno ask anything about the disgrace that was Trump's homicidal behavior during COVID? I missed that part. Rand Paul, Senator Rand Paul, Dr. Senator Rand Paul, chair of the committee, has spent years attacking Fauci, saying he should be criminally charged, alleging he covered up the origins of COVID and claiming he's partly responsible for its cause. Marty and I found it to be a nauseating display. By the way, if you want to ask questions, you should, of course, ask serious questions. It was performative attack mode republicanism. And in our conclusion, we want to know what you think. It's purely an attempt. They're facing this potential crushing defeat, the Republicans, in the midterms. So they decide it's better to try to relitigate the past than to talk about the current and the future, descent into World War III, the hidden contents of the Epstein files, the state of the economy. What did you make of yesterday's hearing? Give us a call or text us at 877-301-8970. I think it's fair to say, from my perspective, the worst of a horrible Congress yesterday on display. And I'll say it just one more time. If you have questions that matter to you and the American people, and you're an elected official, ask them. But don't do this thing. Who the F do you think? Who is this Moreno trying to impress? Again, like a little teenager. I assume it's either Trump or...
I never heard the F word screamed.
In a question, yeah. I don't know if I have.
I think that may be a new...
Well, Trump, by the way, used it on Fox News yesterday.
He did use
when
it
talking
on Fox
about
News.
Iran.
Yeah,
That's
he
what
did.
these
Well,
tough guys do.
I mean, you kind of, you don't know what to expect from President Trump.
So what do you think of yesterday's thing?
What I thought is here's a guy who spent 40 or 50 years, whatever it is, in public service to the United States of America. He was so impressive during the AIDS epidemic and the AIDS crisis. He got the Presidential Medal of Freedom
from whom?
George W. Bush. And by the way, George W. Bush was not exactly a big liberal, and that's sort of kind of like the Congressional Medal of Honor. That's the military thing. Yeah. Presidential Medal of Freedom is kind of the highest thing you can get as a civilian. But here he's devoted his whole life to this. And yeah, did people make mistakes during the COVID epidemic? Yes, they did. It was an unknown virus. We didn't know what to expect. So first they were saying we don't need masks, and they were saying we do need masks. We didn't know if you had to wash all the groceries when they got home from the grocery store. Then we found out it was airborne. It was an unknown virus, so mistakes were made. But this is part of a pattern of led by Trump of going after good people doing their jobs. Jack Smith, the prosecutor who led the prosecutions against President Trump, the prosecutors beneath him who were following orders by doing this, going after Comey in this ridiculous, we're going to talk about this later with Chuck Todd, going after Letitia James. Everybody said Biden should have never given people pardons. Well, it's a good thing Biden did give a pardon to Anthony Fauci, because look what they would have been sending him off to prison. I mean, these people are unbelievable. You do your job to the best of your ability, and then for the Trump administration and these Republican senators, you face going to jail.
Can I explain something and then have you explain another before we get to your calls at 877-301-8097? We'll play more sound from the hearing if you missed it in a minute. People may say, well, if he was given a pardon by Biden, why does he have to take the fifth? Well, if it is found that technically he lied to Congress, obviously he's not covered by the pardon, and the feeling that he expressed yesterday is that people like Rand Paul have been out to get him for so long criminally that every word has to be parsed perfectly or you're in big trouble. That's one.
The legal expert said that the pardon would not protect Fauci from being accused of lying under oath, and the pardon only goes up to January 25th, 2025. It is now obviously
There's
2026.
one other thing, though, that people brought. His diaries were disclosed, and there's some things in that at first. Well, explain what's in the diaries and explain what your reaction to him was.
Well, he's talking in there, and this was a personal diary. Many people have kept personal diaries, and all of a sudden, instead of just being a doctor over there doing the stuff in public health, all these celebrities want to talk to him. Brad Pitt is playing him on Saturday Night Live. Now, I don't know about you, Jim, but maybe if, I don't know, Gwyneth Paltrow was playing me on Saturday Night Live, I might think that was pretty cool, and I might write it in my diary too. They're painting him into a guy that was reveling in his celebrity. By the way, let's play a little bit.
By the way, if you think that's aberrational, can I tell you what our lives are like?
Yeah.
When let me pick an example. We've had Jane Fonda on the show a few times.
Yeah.
When Jane Fonda's on, we've tried to do straight interviews that are interesting to you and us. And I can tell you what happens. We get in the car. I call Marjorie in the car and I say, I can't believe we just spent 20 minutes with Jane Fonda.
Then there was a time I disgraced myself when Alex Baldwin called. And,
I wasn't here that day. I wasn't.
You were not here that day.
She decides in advance how she's going to take him on the phone
was
call with his daughter.
12 years old. It was disgusting.
And then essentially it was a love fest where Alec Baldwin was asking Marjorie questions.
Marjorie, you and I could get together at the Fall River Knitting Mills. Oh, Alex, when can we go? It was a natural human thing for him to be kind of surprised at all these celebrities suddenly saying great things about him, because this is not the life he lived. Now, we can all remember Josh Hawley. He was the guy that was waving to all the rioters, clenched fist going into January 6th. He was a big,
it's my
tough
favorite
guy.
video.
And then, as soon as the rioters came inside the Capitol, we saw him running the 100-yard dash like an Olympian to get away from them. So here he is. Here is Missouri Senator Josh Hawley questioning Anthony Fauci yesterday.
you did all kinds of terrible things. It's because during the pandemic, you got rich, didn't you? You got rich while people were dying, hundreds of thousands of Americans, over 1 million in the end, and you were getting rich. And not only were you doing that, you were using federal employees with taxpayer money to apply for and solicit cash prizes for you personally.
That was
he
Josh
got this
Hawley.
prize from Israel about his work as a physician with COVID, and it wasn't like he was out soliciting these cash
50
prizes
years
all the
in
time.
public service, and this is what the guy gets.
I guess the bottom line, and I'll shut up after this, but I can't believe how far we have fallen, in the United States of America. That these guys, so many of these people are such lawbreakers. I'll get to Blanche in a minute. How we could possibly be thinking of this practical
Don't get the Blanche. We're doing with Chuck Todd. Don't
criminal
get the
as the
Blanche.
Attorney General, and these guys.
Excuse me, forget Blanche. How about the President of the United States?
I know.
How about Bleach? Should we try Bleach? Should we get him before Congress and talk about him?
Oh, remember, who were the people that ate the fish food or something and died after the president said something about...
877-301-8970. If you saw live, if you saw clips of this Fauci thing, what was your reaction about the interchange? And by the way, if you want to call and say you think it was inappropriate for Fauci to take a Fifth Amendment, that obviously is perfectly fine too. We just want your take on yesterday's hearings. And by the way, as Fauci said in his opening statement, he's testified in front of Congress willingly, 200 plus times. Chuck and Brighton, you're first. Welcome. Hi.
I have 2 points today. I'm glad you brought up Josh Hawley. It was disgusting watching him and lambast Fauci for pleading the Fifth. Let's remember that Donald Trump 4 years ago under civil deposition pled the Fifth 450 times.
Great
in
point.
2020.
That's a very good point.
In 2020, Eric Trump and Alan Weisselberg, on behalf of the Trump Organization, pled over 500 times each the Fifth. So it's just beyond hypocritical. And, yesterday I always make the mistake of going on Instagram, and I have some associates who unfortunately are anti-vaxxers, which is proliferating. And one person specifically reposts somebody from an account called, I think it was like Omnivore Vegan or something ridiculous. And it was a picture of Anthony Fauci, and then her caption said, looks like we were all right. And the post had over 100,000 likes. And I know the internet isn't real world, but it's horrifying. I'm horrified by it all.
It is horrifying. Chuck, thanks for your call. We appreciate it. Here we have mountains of texts. Anonymous. Obviously, the swearing senator, is Moreno, is taking Whiskey Pete's testosterone mandate too seriously. Another one. Why Fauci? They're trying to relight the base using old tropes before the election. Next, it's Hunter's laptop and Hillary Serber. And that's what we said at the top. They can't talk about the economy. What is it? 72% of the people, a number like I've never seen, are saying Trump is moving in the wrong direction. Some colossal number. The situation in Iran, which is totally out of control. And the attempt to bury the Epstein files, as I'm watching CNN, and these incredibly courageous women survivors continue to press for something really radical accountability for the people who abuse them.
Apparently, the Epstein survivors don't matter to Cornyn and Tillis, because all they're talking about is the IRS agreement that Trump has got
Blanche,
to protect his family, from all their corrupt dealings, and of course the slush fund for people who beat up cops. The Epstein people don't even seem to come into their radar, and Blanche is the one that got Ghislaine Maxwell to club Fed out of a serious security prison. Anyway, here's another anonymous texter. 1.2 million reported deaths attributed to COVID in the U.S. according to Wikipedia, but wearing a mask to try to reduce deaths is a hardship we still can't forgive.
Lauren in Marblehead, you're next. Thank you for calling. Hi.
Hi, guys. Good morning.
You too.
So I work in healthcare, and Dr. Fauci was my hero, and one of the top three people I would, if I had my druthers, that I could meet, if I had the opportunity to meet. I just think he's a remarkable specimen.
Lauren, before you continue, can I just say, when Fauci was on our show a couple of years ago, the level of excitement that Marty and I had by just virtue of the fact that we had an opportunity to talk for him in 20 minutes was exactly like you're describing. But keep going.
Right. So I'm beyond angry. Like, I have goosebumps angry, and the hypocrisy is just out of control. And So I don't post on Facebook often, but I took a Fauci supporting little image of something I saw, and I posted it, and it just blew up. I have, normally you post something, it's, 5 to a couple hundred likes. I have
Oh, Lauren, we put you on hold. Continue. You're back. It's our fault. Go ahead.
Oh, what did you hear last?
We heard that you posted on Facebook. You got mountains of replies and hits and that sort of thing, but take it from there.
Right. It's just obvious that the support was astronomical for Fauci, but then I just heard your prior caller, and it's shocking that there's even more support in the opposite direction. I don't even know what to say, but I am calling just to support this fine man and just voice my sadness.
That was great.
Well,
Thank you, Lauren.
We have an anonymous texter who's on the other side, too. He just said, what a joke. Why does Fauci need a pardon from 2014? He's a liar, should be in jail. He should be in jail. Fauci was dining with journalists who treated him as a star. You are hypocrites.
Why don't you, by the way, call the show?
Why should he be in jail? What was his criminal offense? The president has been convicted of 34 felonies, and held liable in a civil court for a crime that would be rape in Massachusetts. Should he be in jail? I don't know.
Apparently not.
And by the way, the person that released the diary was RFK Jr. We all know RFK Jr. with these wacky ideas about, what you should be eating and all these things. We now have the biggest measles outbreak in the United States of America that we've had in 35 years. We're not going to lose our designation of having conquered the measles vaccine, and not to mention the whatever you call it, the how do you say that?
Cyclospora.
Yeah. I mean, what do you think that's
I
about?
had lettuce last night at dinner. It made me nervous.
The Trump administration has fired all these people that used to monitor our food. Not all of them, but an awful lot of them, which leads the experts to believe.
You mentioned all these things. As I said before, stay on COVID for a second, not just bleach. Remember his position about why I said this the other day. He said at a press conference, he was doing them almost every day, the reason why the COVID numbers were so high was because we're doing so much testing. If we did less testing, for whatever it's worth, I said this in the last election, and nobody agreed with me, so I'll say it again. Why not? More than 1 million people died in this country while Donald Trump was the president of the United States. Let's assume, for argument's sake, that Fauci was doing all the horrible things he was doing. Then he should have been dealt with. Is the bottom line. He's the president of the United States. It isn't like Fauci was the president and, according to the Republicans, misbehaved. The boss was Donald Trump, who was prescribing bleach injection, and Deborah Birx, that another one who had a respected career, is nodding, sure, I'll take a look at that. I'll take a look. I mean, another disgrace. Yeah. John in Westford, welcome to the show. Hi.
Hi. I think Fauci should be held liable for this. I mean, the emails showed that he knew it came from the lab. The Wuhan lab was funded through Ecosystems or EcoHealth Alliance, and they deliberately covered it up. And also the emails show that the mortality rate should be 0.2, and he's talking about. And he knew that they weren't including symptomatic people in that study instead of 2%. That alone,
John,
plus all the other things historically with HIV, what he did in the 80s, the late 80s and 90s, that was awful. Don't you remember the protest? Fauci, you're killing us. I mean...
By the way, John, other than Trump's White House, which, and I shouldn't say other than, which respected entity can you cite that has drawn an inescapable conclusion about where the source
I think it's
from?
It's not
still
clear.
A debate.
John,
let me finish. That's number one. And number two, let's assume a senator believes what you believe, which obviously some of them do. Would you be screaming the F-bomb at a guy who spent his life 50 years in public service? And if you would, you shouldn't be a senator. You should probably be unemployed doing whatever. So how about, who's the source, John, other than Trump?
The source is Luc Montagnier. He's a Nobel laureate. He was the first person to sequence HIV. And when he studied COVID, he said right away, because they used the HIV virus in research as a vector, he said, this is my virus. It's littered with it. There are also biomarkers, CGG.
New England
Remember
Journal of
old-
Medicine, the exact source of COVID-19 is not resolved, and debate continues between two main possibilities: natural animal spillover and a research lab accident. The New England Journal of Medicine. I mean, I'm sorry, John, with all due respect, because we both like and we love that you call, this is not a resolved issue.
Well,
the guy you mentioned may believe it, but it's not resolved.
The thing is, you can always find people who are going to say, there isn't any climate change. This is all a big hoax.
The guy at MIT, the one guy at MIT.
You can always find somebody's going to say, you know what, the measles vaccine causes autism. There are always these fringe outliers, and I think a lot of them talking about trying to make money or trying to make money off it. But the vast majority of people are in the same place, and I think what you just said about the origin of the of COVID is still debated.
John, keep calling. We love you, actually, even though we tend to disagree. Thanks so much. Here's a really important text.
What?
We should have said this. The sad thing is this is the sort of thing that discourages anyone in capital letters, their right mind, from going into public service. It's totally true.
I mean, look at this is why the guy from TMZ is talking about this is like dripping McCarthyism. I don't know if we've gotten to that point yet. That might be an exaggeration. But what this president has done, I mean, he tried to prosecute Jerome Powell, the head of the Fed, for spending too much money on a building, and Trump didn't even know.
And he confused the two buildings,
that
as we all saw.
There were two buildings, not one building, which is why it was costing him more money. He's gone after Adam Schiff, Comey, all these people.
How about firing all the people? 30% of the people fired before the guy was confirmed the other day at the intelligence unit. 30%, and they're bragging. These are career public servants.
Yeah, and he's going after these people criminally. He wants to prosecute that great prosecutor, Jack Smith.
Let's go to Phyllis in Ipswich. You're next. Welcome to the show, Phyllis. Hi.
Oh, wow. Hi. First-time caller.
Wow.
Long-time listener.
Thank you for both.
Anthony Fauci is a hero. I am a retired nurse. I worked through COVID. I was a young ICU nurse when AIDS was discovered in the early 80s, and Dr. Fauci has been on the front line for years. These doctors who are saying horrible things about him, they all signed what was called the Great Barrington Declaration. Do you guys know what that is?
Explain to people.
Okay. The Great Barrington Declaration was a group of, I am ashamed to say, they're medical physicians who, instead of banding together with Dr. Fauci, they picked him apart, and you know what it is? They weren't the smartest guys in the room.
They wanted everything opened up much more quickly than it was, right? Isn't that what it was?
Exactly.
Yeah.
They wanted everything opened up. They wanted to get rid of masks. They talked about herd immunity, which is not what was being tossed around back then. And if we did herd immunity, we would have lost even more people. I lost my brother to COVID in April of 2020.
I'm sorry.
And let me tell you, I know it's horrible because I have said to people that support Trump, he's the reason why my brother's dead. Like, he should have acted more quickly. And instead, he was out there with bleach and ivermectin and oh my God, the things that they were tossing around. And instead of the medical community staying together and working together, that Great Barrington Declaration created chaos and misinformation.
Phyllis, we're really sorry about your brother, and we really appreciate your first call. Please call us again. Lawrence from Burlington raised a good point. Assume that COVID did come from a lab. Would that have meant the Trump administration would have taken it more seriously? It's an excellent question. Another texter says, I agree that Rand Paul and company are clowns. However, I think Fauci should answer questions about what they did and why. We do too, by the way. If you're called before Congress and you had a responsible position, then act responsibly, ask a question like a grown-up. Don't throw F-bombs to please Donald Trump.
He explained at the beginning that the reason he was doing this was because Rand Paul was so obsessed with trying to put him in jail that he didn't want to take that chance. Joel T. From Connecticut says his brother died from COVID. Florida, Atlanta, Jersey required in-person classes, so some people are luckier than others. And obviously, there was a lot of questions. Did we keep the schools closed too long? We probably did. Did we make other mistakes? We probably did, but it wasn't like it was a criminal intent to cause people to die or to make money or something.
The key, though, is we just should have tested less so there would have been less COVID. That would have been the bottom line. according
That's
to
right.
Donald Trump.
Okay, I'm going to calm down now.
Margie doesn't know what we're doing next. I can
do.
tell.
Yes,
Who's
I
on
do.
next? Don't look at your notes. Who's next?
Chuck Todd.
Oh my God.
Chuck Todd
that's
is
right.
next. We're going to talk with him about this Todd Blanche situation, whether he's going to become the Attorney General despite his rather checkered history. I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Browder. You're listening to BPR, GBH, and NEPM, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
I'm Jared Bowen. Today on The Culture Show, Massachusetts has become a major filmmaking center, and Angela Peri and Lisa Lobel have helped put local actors at the heart of that success. Through Boston Casting, they have filled the worlds of Knives Out, The Holdovers, and American Fiction with unmistakably New England faces. Now they have built the eccentric island community of Apple TV's Widow's Bay and earned their first Emmy nominations. That and more on The Culture Show today at 2 on 89.7 GBH.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you. And Boston Children's Museum. Their new exhibit, Dream It, Build It, works to empower children to dream up, design, and build things that make our world a better place. More about the exhibit at bostonchildrensmuseum.org. And Roto-Rooter, providing plumbing, drain cleaning, and water cleanup services in North America since 1935. 24/7 emergency services available. Service information and scheduling can be found at rotorooter.com.
Welcome back to BPR on GBH and NEPM. Marjorie Egan, Jim Browder, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Andrew Cabral, Juliette Kayyem sitting in for us tomorrow at the library. August 11th, the Attorney General will be with us for an hour at the library. August 12th, the following day, the Mayor, Mayor Wu, will be with us for an hour at the library. Here now via Zoom, political analyst Chuck Todd. Chuck's former moderator of NBC's Meet the Press, now the host of the show Sunday Night with Chuck Todd on the platform Newsphere, host of the Chuck Toddcast at thechucktoddcast.com or youtube.com/@thechucktoddcast. Co-host of the new podcast, Dynastic, relatively new, and the soon-to-be Poynter Institute Make a Mark Leadership Award winner. Congratulations. On that. Hey, Chuck Todd.
Man, you guys have the best Google searches. You do. You're terrific, and I appreciate it.
We are
I really
excellent
do.
at Google searching.
Yeah,
That is true.
I do. And Jim,
yeah,
you, my man, are an inspiration.
Say why.
I love it. I love it.
Here we
went
go.
Clean,
What do you think?
buddy. Look at me, right? It's getting ridiculous, and at some point, right? It's, I got rid of I try to keep it as tight as small as possible, as I can right now, but I love it.
Well, I want you to know when you said, Marjorie knows this, for 30 years I've been thinking about this and didn't have the courage. I finally do it last Saturday, and you haven't heard this yet. The audience has. I come in Monday. I say, first person I see, Marjorie, so what do you think? And there's like a 20-second pause, and she says to me, well, if you're happy.
Oh, if you're happy.
Okay.
Oh my God.
I should have been.
Mrs. Toddcast and I, I've been in Florida for some time, which means there's only I have the guy who cuts my hair, who really I just trust more with my beard more than anything.
Nice job with the beard.
And I haven't been able to see him lately, and this thing was getting grayer and grayer, and she's like, And then finally she says, do you want my opinion? And I said, what do you say to that, right, Jim? Of course, just keep it as tight as you can. Like, code word was, your beard's getting gray, so you better go as close to your face as possible.
I've heard that one.
Well, I think the beard, and Jim's got a beard too, so his is also close. I think that's the perfect look, the tight beard.
No, you don't.
It's a counterpoint.
It dropped. I think it erases a couple of years, so I know it's coming, and that's what I'll be doing. Look, it is true. And then, the other thing we got going for us, Jim, is just shaving. We drop all our gray hair.
That is exactly
That's right. That's right.
We're talking to the brilliant Chuck Todd. Go ahead.
So it has been a tough week for Jim with the study of his new head. But in any case, this is his favorite story, so we're going to start with this.
It is my favorite story.
Okay. The FBI has interviewed convicted killer and mobster Salvador Semi the Bull Gravano about the meaning of 86 on the 8647 stones that Jim Comey took a picture of that were on a beach somewhere, or rather the seashell story. I mean, mobsters, he's out now. He's out now.
This is one of those, look, in Regime Change 2, right? When we, like, the aftermath, right? You know, after we're digging into the archives of the Trump second-term presidency, we will come to find out Donald Trump personally ordered Todd Blanche to go interview Sammy the Bull Gravano to go get a deaf and make him a character witness on 86 to this point, right? It's the only detail missing from this story, because I promise you, there is no rhyme. I'm guaranteeing you that 90% of the Justice Department lawyers don't know who Sammy the Bull Gravano is. Okay? There's one guy who's stuck in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, and it is the President of the United States.
Yeah.
And by the way, for those who've not followed the story, the ex-mob, I don't know if you're ever an ex-mobster, the ex-mobster says, are you kidding me? No one would ever do 86.
Are you ever an ex-porn star?
Exactly.
Yeah. And he recommends
mobster.
Yeah.
As if it's better than just career criminal.
And Gravano goes and recommends that they talk to the prosecutor, the law and order guy, if they really want to know the answer, not to come to him.
He says the same thing, by the way.
Yeah, he says the same thing.
So let's move to a story with, I wouldn't say more impact. Well, it will have more impact. Todd Blanche's nomination being held up as Attorney General. Held up, I should note, I think it's important to note, by a Republican who lost a primary because of Trump, Cornyn in Texas, and a Republican, Tillis, who decided to resign essentially because of Trump. What happens here?
Look, if he's not going to get confirmed, and
you believe that?
Here's my theory on why he won't get confirmed. You know who doesn't want to vote for him? Susan Collins. You know who doesn't want to vote for him? John Husted, the senator running for re-election in Ohio. You know who doesn't want to vote for him? Pete Ricketts, the senator running for re-election in Nebraska. There are enough. Dan Sullivan in Alaska. I think, and none of them can say they won't vote for him because of Trump and that. I think this is John Cornyn and Tom Tillis taking a grenade for the entire Senate Republic. Now, maybe I'm being too Pollyannish, and maybe I'm giving too much credit to Cornyn and Tillis, and there'll be plenty of your listeners right now that said, Chuck's, once again, it's Lucy with the football. You think someone's going to do the right thing, and you yank it away, which is a really fair critique and assumption here. But that's my theory here, because again, you know, anybody in their right mind, and a guy like John Cornyn, who himself was a state attorney general at one point, actually took the rule of law pretty seriously. I think he is offended that some two-bit lawyer that was only available because 9,000 other lawyers said, I'm not going to work for Donald Trump, is suddenly going to be attorney general. I mean, this is just...
You know what lends credence to your argument, too, which I had never thought about, is my understanding is even if he's not confirmed, he can continue as acting attorney general for the rest of Trump's term. And so,
no, I think it's
is
just
that
the
not
rest
true?
Of this calendar. I don't think it's all the way through the rest.
Can someone check that while we're talking in the control room,
I'm pretty
please?
sure it's either 120 days. I think now maybe he can get if it's.
We'll check.
Yeah, there's some, and if he gets rejected, I don't know if he can. How much longer he can remain as acting.
Well, I assume they withdraw if they don't have the votes.
You know, once again, you raise a good point, because who is he going to get that's going to want to work for Trump that's an upstanding sort of person? He probably can't get anybody. But it is bizarre when you stop and think about it. Okay, this guy went and interviewed Ghislaine Maxwell, got her out of the sex offender, gets her into the Club Fed. This guy has been trying to explain, blah, 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 about the slush fund for the cop beaters, trying to explain about the IRS thing. The chief law enforcement person in the land. I mean, it's just kind of a testament to how far down the rabbit hole we've gone.
But let's remember what, and you guys were bringing up Fauci before I got on. And I think here's what's happened over the last 10 days, if you actually look very carefully. We're in the middle of a campaign season, and the two biggest issues, right? Three of the biggest issues out there, Trump's on the wrong side of. Right? The economy, the Iran war, and AI and data centers. These are the three biggest issues wherever you go in America right now. And so what are they trying to do? They have a problem with MAGA being interested in these. So they're trying the greatest hits, right? When you can't play your new music, right? When you're U2 and you're trying to sell Zooropa and nobody wants to buy, you say, screw it, let's play the greatest hits, right? And then people will be happy. Yes, Zooropa's U2's worst album, and everybody knows it. It's sort of like the Keith Richards portions of a Rolling Stones concert where everybody sits down. while Mick takes a break.
Margie and I lived through that at Gillette about 6 months ago. Go ahead.
It happens it has happened going back to the 80s, right? It's the Keith Red. Basically, Mick's got to get, he's got to get rehydrated and get the IV and, replenished. And Keith Richards, puts everybody to sleep while they go to the bathroom or whatever it is. That doesn't mean he's not talented and incredibly talented. It's just not why people go to a Rolling Stones concert. Well, the point is, all these stories, Fauci's a one-day story. Election denialism's a one-day story. They're trying to play the greatest hits here, and these news stories last about a day. The Smithsonian warning sign business, one day and out, right? They're trying so hard to use these culture war things to sort of recreate 2020 and recreate 2024. And when you actually look at it in the big picture, it's not working. We have GDP under 2%. I mean, the president is standing in the way. The reason why this economy stinks is his policies, the Iran war and tariffs. It is the reality is hitting them in the face every day. They're trying the distraction here. Let's try a Fauci hearing. Let's try a speech to the nation on election denialism and voter ID. Let's try warning labels at the American History Museum. And it is just falling on deaf ears. It's not working. And I think that, to me, is what's really they're trying to distract us all for a day or two, and
agree.
It kind of works. And you're like, good grief, this is elder abuse what they're doing to Fauci, right? It's just
right. He's 85.
Yeah, and as I had Andy Bashir on my podcast today, and he goes, "I'm glad to know Rand Paul's worried about an 85-year-old former government employee. What about the 84-year-old colleague that has yet to speak from the hospital bed?"
Oh, by the way, what do you think of Andy Bashir? A lot of presidential talk about him. I kind of like his little Boy Scout look there.
I have to tell you, so I've interviewed him 3 or 4 times in the last 2 years, and this is my most recent. I have definitely seen him grow more comfortable in his skin each one of my interviews with him. He seems, the caution. He's always been a cautious political figure. You kind of have to be if you're a blue state governor governing a red state, right? You're always kind of walking on eggshells. And I think that sometimes that can come across to Democratic primary voters who don't live in Kentucky as, oh, this guy's risk averse and this or that. He's starting to get more comfortable explaining how, yes, you can govern this way and not be risk averse. You can go for big ideas and stuff. And I still think he's got an uphill battle here. I think this is hard with where this Democratic primary electorate's moving. But this primary calendar's a pretty good. This primary calendar to me was an attempt to put as many barriers for the progressives as you can possibly put up without looking like you're putting up as many barriers as you can to stop the progressives.
By the way, can I just do an update here which doesn't resolve the issue? Politico is reporting what you said, which is that the Federal Vacancies Reform Act would cause the clock to run out on an unconfirmed Blanche by October 29th.
Yeah,
Stanford Law School publication, a law review article, says the following, that their specific department succession in the Justice Department bypassed the standard time restrictions imposed by the Federal Vacancies Reform Act for the Office of Attorney General. So it's unresolved. We'll try to get you the answer by the end of the show. Hey,
you know what that means? Because, Donald Trump, he's read the Vacancies Act word for word, so
I didn't think of that. You're totally right. I wanted to talk to you all week. Margie and I almost had a stroke during the White House Correspondents' Dinner the other night, not by what Trump said, because it was a little worse than I expected.
Well, it was pretty bad.
Well, but the critical thing for us, and this is a variation of what we've talked to you about in the past, particularly when they go nuts on Caitlin Collins, the fact that the response was potted plantism by the journalists in the room. And our position is you got to do something to support your colleagues. You leave the room politely. You turn your back. You say something, but literally no response except a failure to applaud. What did you think about how the journalists responded or didn't to Trump's despicable comments Friday night?
Look, I understand that. I go back to, there's a lot of journalists, myself included, who are always concerned about making it about ourselves.
I understand that.
And that is what always, now, look, there's plenty of ways to behave. I didn't go to the dinner a second time. I sort of I feel like I was, here I hadn't gone to the dinner in about 8 years. And I go thinking for some business reasons that I went. And I'm like, man, well, I think the sign, I was told, don't come back here. What are you doing? You know, you don't want to be at this dinner. So I wasn't going to go back. I went to the dinner once in my entire 9 years at Meet the Press because I just didn't think it was a good look. I thought it was a bad look. So I think individual journalists have to make their decision. I am sort of exhausted from always blaming the media for bad actors on the left and the right. We are the messenger. There's only so much we can do, but our job is to inform the public as best as we can. So I always end up, look, there's some access journalists that I'm not a big fan of, but at the end of the day, if they're going to get important information out of some of these administration folks, I'd rather get the information than stand on ceremony. So this is why I really am hesitating to sort of troll my fellow journalists on this and nitpick. And, you know, there's people that are in TV that have been getting criticized simply because they stood next to somebody that a lot of people revile. And it's like, guess what? That's what we journalists are stuck doing.
By the way, isn't your successor?
Deal with
Your successor is being criticized for, I believe,
think it's ridiculous.
Laughing with Stephen Miller before the dinner, right?
I think it's ridiculous. Okay,
Yeah.
but you now understand that it's just. I mean, you know, we criticize. If you're going to criticize the right for not behaving as a human being, don't criticize the person that is behaving as a human being.
Yeah.
You know, we're out of time here, but the thing you said about the lineup for the, you know, South Carolina being possibly first and all that for the presidential election, alienating, blocking the way of progressives, and yet, what is it? 1 in 3 young people are gone progressive in the Democratic Party, so it's going to be Democrats have kind of a mess here.
Oh, it's going to be look. It's going to be a mess. I think it all depends on who shows up. You know, a lot of this is going to depend on who actually shows up in the voters. But it is important that they are starting in the least progressive state you could pick without the Democratic Party revolting. That is huge. And then they're ending in a state that is consistently said no to progressive statewide candidates in Virginia.
That's a good point.
And you know what? I don't really care on who's 2, 3, 4, and 5. This is the Ricky Bobby rule. If you ain't first, you're last, and those are the 2 that are going to matter the most.
Chuck, if you shave your head by next week, we'll talk about that, okay?
Boy, I am scared. I've got a little birthmark up here that I don't think America needs to see.
Yeah.
Take care.
I'm no Mikhail Gorbachev, but I don't know if you want to see it.
See you later.
Thank you. We've been
you have to Google
talking to
Mikhail
Chuck Todd,
Gorbachev if you don't know
host
what
of
he's
Sunday
talking
Night
about.
with Chuck Todd on the
It's a
platform
map up there.
Newsphere, host of the Chuck Toddcast, which you can find at the chucktoddcast.com or youtube.com at the Chuck Toddcast, and co-host the new podcast Dynastic. Thank you, Chuck Todd. Up next, the District Attorney of Suffolk County, Kevin Hayden. He wants to run again for his post in Suffolk County. We're going to talk with him. Up next, this is BPR, GBH, and NEPM streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
This year, we're getting to know each of the 26 gateway cities in Massachusetts, calling it 26 in 26. I'm Magdiela. If you're in Lynn, Lawrence, Worcester, Brockton, or Revere, I want to hear from you. What's our community like? What worries you? And what would you like to see more of in the news? Reach out to me. Visit gbhnews.org/gateway cities and fill out our questionnaire. That's gbhnews.org/gateway cities.
Support for GBH comes from you.
And Cambridge Trust, a division of Eastern Bank, offering business and personal wealth management and private banking services, investing more than $240 million in local communities since 1994. More at cambridgetrust.com. And the New Bedford Whaling Museum, presenting Sailing into Oblivion, 271 Days Alone at Sea, part of its Sailors Series program, open to the public, August 6th at 6. Learn more at whalingmuseum.org.
Welcome back to BPR and GBH and NEPM. Marjorie Egan and Jim Browdy, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Andrew Cabral and Julia Kayam will be sitting in for us tomorrow at the library. August 11th, Attorney General with us for an hour. August 12th, Mayor Wu. Joined now in Studio 3 by Suffolk County DA Kevin Hayden, first assumed the position vacated by Rachel Rollins, became U.S. Attorney for Massachusetts in 2022. Hayden was initially appointed by Charlie Baker to the DA role, ran for a full term and succeeded, obviously. Now seeking the voters' approval to keep the job for another 4 years. Running against Rachel Rollins and Linda Champion. We spoke with Rollins recently. You can find that interview at youtube.com/GBH News. We reached out to Champion to join us. She has not yet responded. Kevin Hayden, it's good to see you. Thanks for being here.
Good to see you, Jim. Good to see you, Marjorie.
Hey, good to see you, too. Thank you for very much for coming in today.
Sure.
So tell the voters of Suffolk County why they should reelect you.
Well, the work is not done. It's been my honor and privilege to do this job. I'm nearing the end of the first term. I think we've done very well. Obviously, crime rates are at historic lows, and there's much that's been accomplished, but we have a lot more work to do. And so we want to continue that. And I've got the experience, and that's what I think this election comes down to: who has the experience, who has the integrity, who has the temperament to do this job. My 30 years of working in this criminal legal system as an assistant district attorney, as a criminal defense attorney, and for a public safety agency, and now as a DA, is what qualifies me to do so. It's been a privilege to work for, I think, the best prosecutor's office in the nation. It's been one for a very, very long time. So we're going to continue to do the work, hopefully.
You know, if you were to stop a person on the street and say, what's the one thing you remember from Rachel Rollins as DA, Suffolk County DA, I think they'd think this presumption of not charging people for some nonviolent offenses. There was a study a few years later saying it reduced recidivism. Have you continued that policy in your years in the job?
We continue a diversion policy. We continue to understand and know, and I just said this on another show earlier today, that to do this job properly, it's not just about prosecuting the courtroom, it's about doing a comprehensive job that reduces recidivism, because just prosecuting in the courtroom alone is not enough. When it comes to diversion, when it comes to not prosecuting cases, you cannot prosecute people to nowhere. You have to give people access and opportunity to something that will hopefully help them to reduce the likelihood that they're going to reoffend. That is a constant problem within our system, whether it's low-level offenses or whether it's more serious offenses. Is the person going to reoffend? So when we're not prosecuting someone, when we're diverting their case, when we're dismissing it, either immediately or over a period of time, we want to make sure that they are equipped in some size, shape, or form with the ability to not reoffend. That's what our Service Over Sentences program is all about. That's what our Emerging Adult program that we just modeled after our Juvenile Alternative Resolution program is all about. It's all about making sure that people don't reoffend.
You know, when Shirley Leung from the Globe and I interviewed Rachel Rollins a month or so ago, we spent a lot of time on ethics issues she had at the U.S. Attorney's Office. You had an ethics issue, too, as you well know. Right before your reelection, when Ricardo Arroyo was running against you, Globe did a story saying that Arroyo had been accused of sexual misconduct while he was in high school. No charges were filed. 4 days before the election, your office says they reviewed the file and, quote, nothing in the file suggests the allegations were unfounded, meaning against Arroyo. Well, a couple years later, you agreed to the following, including a $5,000 fine from the Ethics Commission. Here's the critical finding. Hayden knowingly or with reason to know, used his official position as a DA to secure for himself the unwarranted privilege of using valuable public resources for his own personal political advantage and violated the conflict of interest law. So I ask you the exact same question about that I asked Rachel Rollins about her ethics problems at the U.S. Attorney's Office. Why is that alone not a disqualifier from someone who wants to be the chief law enforcement officer in Suffolk County?
Well, I think it's drastically different than a situation of lying under oath to federal investigators.
Well, speak to your own situation.
Yes,
if you would.
but to my own. Look, at the time, I've always maintained that I didn't know the statement was going to be released, but the reality is I am the leader, I am the head, and so I take responsibility for what happens under my watch. And through the ethics process, that obviously took some time to resolve, but it did. As a leader, I take responsibility for what happened under my watch. That's what I did so that I could get on to doing the work that people want me to do, which is to make sure that we're achieving justice and keeping our community safe.
DA, you just said you weren't aware of this, but the finding 19 that you agreed to from the Ethics Commission, Hayden was aware of the DA's office staff intended to issue a statement that was directly contrary to Arroyo's claim that the charges against him were unfounded. So you did know.
No, I've always maintained I didn't know.
You agreed to that?
Yeah. I've always maintained that I didn't know. That's why it said knew or should have known. But that having been said, I think the ultimate point is this. I took responsibility because that was the right thing to do as a leader, to take responsibility for what happened under my watch.
We're talking to Kevin Hayden, the Suffolk County DA running for re-election.
You just mentioned reoffending and worrying what people are going to reoffend. I think there was a particularly scary murder on Boston Common a few days ago where a seemingly random attack on a man who was beaten to death. And the particular offender in this case is Ashley Jeremy Guy, alleged offender in the murder, I should probably say. He had a long history. You weren't the DA for this whole time, but this started in 2018, his kind of crime spree. Charge assault and battery on family, household members, violations of abuse prevention orders, multiple trespassing charges, 2022, a felony assault and battery with a dangerous weapon in 2 different cases in Roxbury and Cambridge. Those cases were dismissed. Back in May, apparently he tries to walk into the O'Neill building with a loaded 380 caliber semi-automatic pistol. And then on the night that this killing, apparently random killing, took place in Boston Common, some bar owner said he was running around screaming at patrons so much in the bar, the cops had to come and take him out, basically told him to move along. But later that night, at Tufts Medical Center, they had to call because he was screaming and yelling and carrying on there in the hospital. And then shortly after that, he allegedly kills this guy randomly in Boston Common. Then he goes on to attack a guy with a pole in Chinatown. So you say to yourself, I know we got mental health issues, but never mind people with shoplifting things. Why wasn't this guy in jail?
I don't why there was not an arrest effectuated earlier in that evening. I don't know. I can't speak to that. Yes, he had. We all know he had some mental health issues, and then a number of cases, probably some of which fell by the wayside because victims or witnesses didn't come forward. That unfortunately does happen sometime. So I don't know the full history or what each and every circumstance was that resulted in him not being in custody at the time. It's a horrible and unfortunate incident. We're glad that we were able to solve that particular incident and place him under arrest. So at this point, we can feel and rest confidently that he will continue to be a threat to public safety.
But just one more thing about this. I think to the average person, you say to yourself, okay, this guy's a long history. Then you have him screaming and yelling at a bar, so disruptive, and then he's screaming and yelling at Tufts Medical Center. But he just continues on his way and goes on to murder one guy, allegedly, and almost, you know what I mean, the same night.
I understand exactly what you mean, and I'm very sensitive to it, but I don't know what the circumstances were early that night. I don't know what the circumstances were that led his interactions with law enforcement to not result in his being taken into custody. Okay. I just don't.
So we're talking to Kevin Hayden, who is the current Suffolk County DA, is running for re-election. Rachel Rollins, Linda Champion are 2 people challenging him. Another current event, if we can, District Attorney. The state's highest court, either yesterday or the day before, I can't remember, upheld a lower court decision that overturned a murder conviction for Stephen Pina, who obviously you know a lot about. He served 28 years in prison. He raised issues years ago around police misconduct here and not sharing some information about some of the witnesses against him. Your predecessor agreed with a lot of that. You were with me on March of 2022 back on Greater Boston, and I said to you, a judge had ordered his release after 28 years, and saying the police and prosecutors withheld evidence pointing to another killer. I asked you if you'd support Pina's request for a new trial. Here's what you said, and it's a quote. I will support whatever the judge finds in this matter. Any impropriety or improper conduct by either the police or the DA's office that took place simply can't stand. As you know, subsequently, Judge Krupp in this case did order a new trial, and despite what you said to me in March of 2022, you didn't agree to what, as you said you would, with Judge Krupp. You appealed it and obviously lost yesterday. Why the switch in position?
Well, just to go back very briefly, just so people understand,
Sure, of course, please.
there was an evidentiary hearing that transpired in this case that happened when Rachel Rollins was a district attorney, continued into my administration. We continued with that evidentiary hearing. That evidentiary hearing actually happened while I was a district attorney. Notwithstanding that statement, after the hearing was over, in reviewing it, we believed that the court had made some significant errors in terms of legal conclusions and factual findings, both. And so for that reason, we appealed. At this point, the SJC has ruled. We honor that decision. We respect it, whether we agree or disagree with it or not. And so we'll meet with the family of Mr. Robinson that was involved here, and then decide accordingly what to do.
So you haven't decided yet if there'll be a new trial. That's something you're considering now. Is that accurate?
I think I have a very clear understanding of what we intend to do at this particular juncture, but in terms of being process orientated, we're going to meet with the family first. I never want a family that's involved in a situation like this to hear about a situation on the air in the news before we've had an opportunity to speak with them.
Is it fair to say you've made a decision subject to hearing from the family, which may have an impact on the decision you intend to make?
I think that, yes.
When do you know when you're meeting with them, by the way?
As soon as practically possible.
Okay. Talking to Kevin Hayden.
You know, one more case that's been in the news a lot. Nicholas O'Malley allegedly, well, I guess he shot Stevenson King following a suspected carjacking. Nicholas O'Malley's a police officer in Boston. You're charging with manslaughter. I know there's a dispute about the body cam footage being released, but the cops are kind of mad at you about this. Is this how difficult it is it for you as DA to charge a Boston police officer? Doesn't often happen.
It doesn't often happen. It hasn't happened in 31 years. The case hasn't gone to the grand jury in 31 years, despite some of the misconceptions about whether or not we should have gone to the grand jury first. But we make difficult decisions every single day. Whenever someone is facing the potential charge, and we've made a decision to take a case to the grand jury involving an intentional killing, and whenever we have a family on the other side that's been impacted, that's always a difficult decision. There's always a difficult process that we go to make sure that we are following the facts, applying the law, and making the right conclusion. So this situation, in many ways, wasn't much more difficult than the ones we do every single day.
You know, correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is the suspect was trying to get away. It was a carjacking thing, and the officer shot the suspect through the window of the car multiple times. I could not help think this reminded me of the same way that Renee Good died in Minnesota, where an ICE agent shot her through the window of the car.
Yeah, I'm going to be very cautious about making comparisons between the two situations. But we ultimately, in the grand jury, agreed that the officer involved here was not justified in shooting Mr. King. So,
how much harder is it to do your job, or is it harder? That's an unfair question. Is it harder to do your job when the cops that you depend upon are angry with you about a decision you've made?
So I think what you see in here publicly with regards to the BPD union. Coming against me and our day-to-day role and how we do our job are very different. I haven't experienced any difficulties whatsoever in continuing to interact with our Boston Police Department. I don't think any of my assistant district attorneys have either. I think the Boston Police Department's been at their highest level of professionalism through this entire situation, just as they always are.
Kevin Hayden, tonight there's a Black Agenda Coalition Forum at 6 to 8 First Parish, Dorchester, 10 Parish Street, 6 to 8, open to the public. Hayden, Rollins, Champion. That's not a debate, is it? I assume it's just you present and each present?
Well, it's not tonight. It's August. I think it's been rescheduled.
Oh, it has.
To August 6th.
Oh, thank you very much for saying.
I think it's been rescheduled to August 6th. And forum/debate. I mean, I think
has there been a debate in this? I mean, has there been a debate?
The one on the 6th will be the first.
Will be a debate. Are there going to be others before September?
I don't know.
Would you agree to others?
I haven't been presented with any others yet. I think we're going to be very close to Election Day, so we'll have to see what happens with schedules.
We only have 30 seconds left. You said the work isn't done in answer to Marjorie's first question. What's the one single most important thing that you want to bring to closure that you haven't been able to in 4+ years?
I think bring to closure, I think we want to continue to make sure we're doing a good job with our emerging adult resolution program that we modeled after our juvenile diversion program. That is still very much in its infancy. It's had some extraordinary successes, but treating 18 to 25-year-olds following the brain science the same way as we do with our juveniles in terms of diverting cases is highly important. That's something we want to do. We also want to continue to work on the opioid crisis and how it's impacting our neighborhoods. Service over sentences has been extraordinarily successful, so we want to make sure that continues as well. We've got some plans coming up that I think are going to really bring both to continued success.
Appreciate it. August 6th is what you said?
I believe it's August 6th.
We'll check, and if it's wrong,
thank you
we'll let you know.
very much for coming in.
Time, Kevin.
We've been
Thank
speaking
you.
with Suffolk
Appreciate
County District Attorney Kevin Hayden, who is running for another 4-year term in the office. We say goodbye to those.
What's your website, by the way? Do you have a website quickly?
You'd have to Google it.
We'll Google it. Okay. We'll Google it. Thank you. Sorry.
Up next, we're going to talk with the president of MIT, Sally Kornbluth. She joins us in Studio 3 about the devastating cuts that MIT has seen in terms of research and how it affects all the rest of us. That's next.
If you're a GBH sustainer and you received a new bank or credit card in the mail recently, there's an easy way to update your information. Just visit gbh.org/update and keep your membership up to date. That's gbh.org/update.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And MIT Federal Credit Union, believing the right home starts with the right support. More at mitfcu.org. Federally insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS number 699225.
And the Boston Speaker Series, announcing its upcoming season at Symphony Hall for 7 evenings featuring Pete Buttigieg, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, war photographer Lindsay Addario, and former U.S. Ambassador to China Nicholas Burns. BostonSpeakers.org.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
Welcome to hour number 2 of Boston Public Radio, 89.7 GBH, Jim Brady and Marjorie Egan. We are streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. A couple of programming notes. Andrew Cabral and Juliet Kayan will be hosting tomorrow at the Boston Public Library because we have the day off. On August 11th, the Attorney General is going to be with us at the Boston Public Library. And the next day, August 12th, the Mayor of Boston, Michelle Wu, will be with us also at the Boston Public Library. Hello again, Jim.
Hello again, Marjorie. Amid Trump's attacks on higher ed, the impacts here in Massachusetts are being felt, particularly at research institutions. At MIT, President Sally Kornbluth says they've experienced dramatic declines in research activity funded by the feds. A very relaxed Sally Kornbluth, at least that's how she looks. We'll find out if that's true. Joins us now to discuss what that means for the school, the state, and most importantly for all the rest of us. President Kornbluth, it's great to see you. Welcome back.
Good to see you.
Yeah.
Are you relaxed or you're not?
Well, I think at this point I'm a little bit numb. It's been pretty constant, so
Okay.
you got to stay.
Fair.
You got to stay at least on the surface relaxed.
I think she's talking to you, Marjorie.
Well, I'm glad you can at least stay on the surface. I'm a total basket case almost every day, and I finished reading these stories about the decline in funding, the decline in international students, the research that is not happening because of the Trump administration cuts. So let's start there. I mean, you think of MIT as kind of the hotbed of all sorts of research.
That's right.
How has this impacted you?
Well, it's huge. So we've seen about a 20% decrease in federal funding at this point. We had to limit our graduate programs. We reduced graduate admissions by about 20% across the board. And that's because, it's federal dollars.
500 students, did I read? 500 students.
Yeah, it's a long-lasting impact to this country to lose that kind of talent. Because, MIT, as you know, attracts the very best of the best.
Yeah.
You know, by the way, if you want to, this subject matter, if you want to read afterwards, she wrote, Sally Kornbluth wrote a great op-ed in the Globe. America built the world's greatest research engine. Now it's shrinking. In this piece, you use a term that I love that I'd never heard before, curiosity on a mission.
Yes.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean?
You know, look, the best science is scientists just following their instincts, trying to find the answers to fundamental questions. But it's not just scientists doing it for their own sake. It's all these discoveries on a mission to do important things in the world, whether it's curing diseases or finding new materials or finding new ways to construct buildings, whatever it is. It's that you have to go down a lot of blind alleyways following your curiosity to hit the things that are going to have major impact down the road.
Did you write or speak somewhere about your own experience in a lab and how some things didn't work out?
Yeah.
Tell us that story.
Yeah, I mean, I think I mentioned this in the piece. You know, look, everybody could do their whole PhD in like 3 weeks if they knew the answer to all the experiments. You could just repeat them. It doesn't work that way. You spend years trying all these different things. And I just remember, it's like, 2 a.m. or whatever it was, surrounded by piles of, Petri dishes, transferring tissue culture cells. And these experiments just fail so much. But scientists keep persisting because they want to know the answer. And, I eventually did wind up with a PhD, but I had to go down a lot of false alleys.
So what's the consequence? I know that's hypothetical, but it's not so hypothetical anymore. The 20% cuts in funding, the 500 students who are not applying. What's the consequence in the real world for us by that kind of continued trend, at least for another couple of years?
Yeah, here's the thing. You're not going to see an effect immediately. What's going to happen is 5 years, 10 years, 20 years down the line, you're going to see a pipeline that's not full anymore. A pipeline of talent, a pipeline of basic discoveries. That's why it's important. If you look at some of the stuff like, immunotherapy for cancer now, that was 40, 50 years of immunology research. So people might not see the impact immediately, but you're going to see the impact in 10 years, and your children and your children's children will see the impact.
But you gave some great examples in that piece you wrote. You talked about a woman with metastatic breast cancer, which is basically a death sentence years ago.
Right.
And how, because of all these trials, and then you talked about the CRISPR technology with this little baby.
That's right.
KJ Muldoon. Tell us that story.
Yeah, I mean, basically, it's the early days of CRISPR therapy, and David Liu at the Broad Institute is doing a lot of this pioneering work. And in the case of KJ, there was a metabolic error that caused ammonia to build up in the liver, and you could supply CRISPR technology, which basically will fix a gene or knock out a gene, depending on what you're doing, and fix the error. And now that baby's going to live a normal life because it's able to metabolize in a way that it wasn't prior to the gene repair. And actually, there's some really exciting work now going on with the Broad Children's Hospital, others, to try to make that more generalizable. There are a lot of rare diseases that could be repaired with CRISPR technology.
And one of the scariest things to a lot of people is pancreatic cancer because it kills so fast. Talk about, you told that story.
Oh, yeah, this was incredible. So, I remember this from when I was a graduate student. Bob Weinberg at MIT was looking at fundamentally how cells become cancerous. And he was working on a gene called RAS. And RAS is a gene that's mutated in many cancers, including in pancreatic cancers. And RAS was always thought to be undruggable, meaning it's just a kind of protein that you just can't hit with drugs. And through, modern technology, AI design, et cetera, it's now been shown that RAS could be druggable. So this discovery that was made by Bob 45 years ago is now being translated into RAS targeting drugs that could lead to treatments of cancers like pancreatic cancer.
So 10 or 20 years down the road, we're going to be hoping China's going to be nice to us with sharing these technologies with us?
That is scary. Look, I hate to say it, but if I go to a lab in China that works on, let's say, the same area I worked on, they've got tons of people, they've got tons of money, they understand the importance of this research for the future. That's when I'm talking about the pipeline. We don't want to have to be dependent on begging China for drugs down the line when we should be investing in the fundamental research that will result in these drugs down the line.
I want to follow up on that, but first, did you invent the word druggable? I've never heard the word druggable.
No, I did not invent it.
It's an excellent
word. It did not invent it. It's like, it means that the protein or the gene, whatever, is susceptible to targeting.
Can we talk, following up on the China thing? I may have asked you this last time, but I don't even remember what I had lunch yesterday, so apologies in advance. A young scientist comes to you, or one of the people you work with, and says, there are all these problems in the United States. Donald Trump's going to be president for 2.5 more years. We don't know who's going to follow him. Maybe Trump Light is going to follow him. I got a great offer from Germany or China or whatever.
Yeah.
Should I stick it out here at this great institution and take a risk, or should I take this job and move my family to Germany or China? What do you say to that person?
You know, it's interesting. It used to be a no-brainer. I would say stay here for the environment, for the opportunities, for the money. Now it's somewhat hard to say. Depends on what they're being offered, depends on their individual circumstance. I can tell you, though, personally, I have colleagues all over the country who may have come from Europe or come from China, and they're getting offers, and it's attractive to them to go back where their family is, where they have more resources. We do not want that to happen.
So are you now planning for, let's say something good happens in November of 28. Are you planning for January of 29 and thereafter to figure out how to begin to return to a healthy research environment?
You know, it's interesting. It's very difficult to tell how many of these changes are permanent and how many of the things are going to be reversed. There's also a whole nother element here, the impact of AI on research and on education. So all of these things are dovetailing to create a period of sort of profound uncertainty. So what we are planning for and what we are doing is to keep the MIT research and education endeavor robust and healthy. But that means we have to be flexible and adaptable. So yeah, we're in it for the long term, and the work that's going on is just mind-blowing.
You know, one thing I think you should disabuse people of, assuming you agree, we had Governor Healy with us yesterday, and she was talking about there was some funding thing that the state was trying to fill as much of the hole as possible. My apologies to the governor. I can't remember what it was. I know you're doing this quantum stuff with it.
Yes,
We'll talk about that in a few minutes. The state governments, philanthropic institutions, industry cannot fill the hole of the federal government. It's not even close, right?
No,
why not? Can't. Why won't they? Why can't they?
Well, just the magnitude. I mean, we're talking, you know, we get about $500 million a year from the federal government. And there are many institutions, particularly institutions with medical schools, that get even more than that. Clinical trials are super expensive, et cetera. You just can't do that with philanthropy. You can't do it with state money, certainly. There are some partnerships with the industry we have that are fantastic, but even that cannot fill the hole.
Well, it's doesn't run count. I mean, I thought the answer was going to be in part. I understand the volume issue. Is this curiosity on a mission thing?
Yes.
As I assume they want to fund a specific deal.
Yes, it depends. I mean, we do have private philanthropists who are open-minded, think MIT is fabulous, and, you know, they will give us money to follow our curiosity. But yes, historically, the federal government has invested in very basic research. With a long time frame. Industry, do you know any shareholders that want to wait like 30 years for returns?
Yeah.
Like, they won't.
We're talking to Sally Kornbluth, president of MIT.
You know, you just mentioned getting $500 million from the government, but I think you have to give $240 million back a year because that's how much your endowment has been taxed.
So we've got...
That's a lot.
We've got a serious endowment tax issue. It's taxes on gains in the endowment. So we've had to make a lot of budgetary cuts to accommodate the endowment tax and the losses in federal funding. So if you put it together, people have really had to tighten their belts. And what does that mean? It's not like we were having, throwing lavish parties or something with the money. I mean, what it means is we've had to tighten our belts and really focus to keep our research mission vibrant.
Well, you know what's interesting to me about MIT particularly, because I was reading that these taxes on endowments were aimed mostly at elite colleges. Now, you may be an elite college, but I don't think of you as a liberal bastion like UC Berkeley or something like that.
Yes.
You're much more the scientist place.
Exactly.
So you are. I think
We
of
are
MIT. I think
place.
of people that are like with math and science, right?
Yep.
They're not, the people
Science
doing
nerds.
Shelley and stuff like that. So, you ever thought about why it is that all these people that went to these hotshot schools, J.D. Vance came out of very poor circumstances to go to hotshot schools, Harvard, Yale, all that, MIT to some degree too, the hostility that they have, it's not about a liberal bent with you.
No, I've asked myself that repeatedly. I will say MIT's in that group mainly because of the size of our endowment.
Yeah.
We got caught up in the dragnet. And so when they said, endowments over X, and it was actually your endowment dollars per student. And so we just kind of got caught in the dragnet. I'm not sure if we were targeted intentionally or not.
Yeah.
But we're sort of part of the cohort. And it's not many schools now. It's only 4. It's Yale, Harvard, Stanford, and MIT.
That's it.
That are in the highest 8% tax bracket. They're another cohort of schools, 4%, and then originally it was 1.5.
What's the formula on your shirt, by the way, before we continue? What is it?
It says MIT.
EC squared.
Okay, because
Talk
I
about
can walk you
nerds.
through it. I love this T-shirt. I love this T-shirt.
What about the international students too? That's another big thing. I mean, why would you come? You'd be nervous about being deported.
So it's really a problem. So you've probably seen now the 4-year cap on visas. This is untenable for PhD students. Sometimes it takes a year or two to really have all the tools in your toolkit to do something substantial. Most PhD students take 5 years, 5.5 years, 6 years. If I were an international student and I were worried about my PhD work being cut off, just as it was really taking off, I would be hesitant to come to this country. And the ridiculous thing is that these people stay in the United States and contribute to the economy. I can't tell you, even personally, I trained so many fabulous students from all over the world who are now professors in American universities or working for American industries or starting their own American companies.
So we're talking to Sally Kornbluth. So you may know.
It's great.
I'm assuming one of the reasons you agreed to come today is because your staff told you that Marty and I are both experts in quantum technology.
Yeah, totally. We were
off the air. It's virtually all we talk about. But for the uninitiated, you it's not cut a deal. Governor Healy and you had a thing. You're getting $25 million from the state. What is quantum technology, and why do we care about this?
So, first of all, you're asking a molecular cancer biologist.
Okay.
So I know a little bit more, but not a lot more.
You know more than we do, so I think you're safe.
What I do know is, look, it's the future in so many things. It's much more efficient computing, much more sensitive sensing of things like molecules in the blood, like viewing from a canopy what's happening underneath. It's a way. It's very different from classical computing, and it uses the properties of quantum physics to do things that otherwise could not be done. Encryption. So quantum's going to have a major impact on encryption. And what I talked to the governor about, which was very effective, is saying, look, let's think about the future of the Massachusetts economy. If you look at biotech and Kendall and the huge impact it had here, in many ways, we didn't get on the boat as quickly for AI. A lot of the AI stuff has moved to the West Coast, and we're starting to bring it back, particularly in AI and life sciences. But what I said, and she agreed completely, was this is a new technology. We need to make sure that Massachusetts is at the forefront. And so we're building this quantum systems laboratory that is going to have, quantum computing, but also figure out an interconnect between different forms of quantum computing. And we want it to be open to people in the state. So it's not just, the reason the governor wanted to invest is it's a resource for Massachusetts. It's not just MIT. But we're leading the way in the technology.
You mentioned AI in passing. We get a lot of anti-AI texts, emails, and calls, even if we're not talking about it.
Making sure you're not AI.
Almost every day.
Yeah.
We
will be soon.
Where are you, particularly after that incredible story the other day about that ChatGPT leaving the lab and hacking into it? I mean, oh my God. Where are you on AI?
Look, I have to say, I would call myself a kind of AI centrist. I'm not like doom and gloom. You're not going to have Hal turning off your life support systems tomorrow. But I do think we need guidelines and we need to be careful. One thing that is really incredible is how we think about AI in education, and we're trying to figure out how we're going to navigate that. What do kids have to have in their heads? What can we tell them that will enable them to make the best use of AI. So if you ask AI the same question 3 different ways, you get 3 different answers, right? So we need to teach people to formulate prompts, et cetera. But in terms of research, what I think is going to be incredible is that it can allow you to move so quickly. So we talked about druggable targets. You have druggable target. AI will enable you to sort of test in silico, not on the bench, a ton of different molecular configurations and do things that would have taken, 2 years, 3 years in like a week, in a day or two. So I think it's going to really accelerate discovery-based research.
But does the 28-year-old scientist at MIT who's listening to this say, that's the romantic version, it's going to replace me?
You know, what it's going to do is fundamentally change what they do. So let me give you an example. Okay, like when I was a PhD student, you could get a PhD for sequencing a single gene. It would take, like 5 years. Okay, it wasn't particularly intellectually stimulating to do that. You had to slog through it. Now you can send out, and get your genome sequenced pretty easily, or the genome you're working on. Now, in terms of AI, it's going to make each graduate student sort of like a mini faculty member. They're going to get to have AI agents that can explore multiple ideas with them. What it will mean is that the students who are really intellectually curious and active are going to get to try a lot more things. So if you're just the person who wanted to sequence the gene for 6 years, it's not going to be so good for you. But if you're somebody who really wants to try a lot of different possibilities, I think it's going to be incredibly powerful.
You touched on this before, and Jim asked you about, is this recoverable down the line? And I do worry that, you got to pay $240 million, whatever it is, for an it's hard for me to envision a Congress that's going to say, well, let's get rid of that.
I know.
Or let's give more money for I'm just afraid that
gets baked in.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about too. Although I will say, research funding has been over the many decades a kind of bipartisan popular issue. And in fact,
yes,
it's Republicans. Like, for example, Susan Collins was our best champion in terms of not having the indirect costs lowered.
Oh, for the labs,
for
the lights
appropriations,
and the
et cetera.
electricity and stuff.
That's right. And so, it's hard to know who your advocates are going to be. I do think that research funding going forward will recover. Now, the endowment tax is a different issue. It's very hard to repeal taxes.
Yeah.
And so what we're hoping is that we can, over time move the needle on that, because it's a huge impact for us.
Before you go, have you been to the new food court on Main Street? That's really
Of course I have.
Oh, you have?
Yeah,
What do you like there? Right on the edge of MIT, for those who don't know.
Yeah, it's great. Well, the funniest thing is, when it started, I was really lobbying hard for the soft serve machine, and I know you guys featured,
Curiosity Desk
Desk
was
featured
great.
the soft serve, so that's great. I like there's a chicken place, a Vietnamese place. I had a sandwich from Clover just yesterday.
Yeah.
It's really convenient.
Is the Clover guy an MIT guy? I can't remember.
I don't know the answer to that.
I'm not sure if he is or not. Okay. So you've been there. You should check it out.
I didn't even know it was there.
A lot of restaurants, like 20 restaurants.
I got to expand my horizons.
Very casual. Lots of people hanging out. It's a food hall.
If you like soft serve, best soft serve we've had in the last couple of years. She's a friend. Joanne Chang Flour in Boston Common. Oh, my God.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't know that. Because you know what my favorite is?
Where?
Mama's Grocery. Maple Creamy.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. Have you ever been there?
I
hate to do an ad for Mama's, but I am telling you.
Where's Mama's?
So it's in two places. There's a grocery near Porter Square, but there's a new site at the Charles River Speedway.
Really?
I hate to do a paid advertisement, but I'm telling you, or an unpaid advertisement, actually. I'm telling you, the
Mama's
maple
Groceries,
creamy with the
maple
maple
creamy.
sprinkles.
We're there.
You're there.
Sally
right,
Kornbluth,
then.
really appreciate your time as always. Hope to see you again soon. Thanks for being here.
Thank you very, very much, and good luck with all this. I'm very worried about you over there at MIT. We
Well,
want
thank
things to
you.
go well.
Thank
We've been
you.
speaking with Sally Kornbluth, who is the president of MIT. Thank you very much for coming in again. Coming up after this quick
Can I
break.
interrupt to just say our
Yeah.
team checked after Kevin Hayden mentioned that this thing in Dorchester tonight is postponed, the Black Agenda Coalition. We confirmed it is August 6th. It's the only forum/almost debate that we're aware of so far. First Parish, Dorchester, 10 Parish Street, 6 o'clock on August 6th.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Marjorie.
Coming up after this quick break, Massachusetts is one of just a few states without explicit legal protections for journalists seeking to protect sources. We're going to speak with one man leading the charge for SHIELD law. Here, I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Browdy. You're listening to BPR 89.7 GBH, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. Today on the Curiosity Desk, it's a bird, it's a plane, it's a... ferry? In the past 5 years, we've seen the number of ferries on the Boston Harbor double. As we deal with red line shutdowns, phantom buses, and rush hour traffic, we ask, are we in the midst of a ferry renaissance?
After this ride, you're not going to want to commute any other way.
That's the Curiosity Desk, today at 1 on GBH 89.7.
Support for our programs comes from you.
And Compass on the Bay, an assisted living community in South Boston for those with Alzheimer's and related dementias, with research-based therapeutic programming for those with memory loss. More at compassonthebay.com. And the David M. Rubenstein Americana Collection in support of the JFK Library's exhibit Declaring the Revolution, America's Printed Path to Independence, featuring historic documents that inspired the Declaration of Independence. jfklibrary.org.
Welcome back to BPR on 89.7 GBH. Marge Regan, Jim Browdy, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Andrew Cabral and Juliette Kayyem are hosting and sitting in for us tomorrow at the library. August 11th, the Attorney General joins us for an hour at the library. August 12th, Mayor Wu does the same thing at the library. Journalists will go to great lengths to protect the identity of their sources, the people who entrust their lives and stories in a journalist's care, often putting themselves at great risk professionally and personally, under the condition that they will remain anonymous. In Massachusetts, there is no explicit law protecting a journalist seeking to keep their sources' identities private. It's a core tenet of journalism. It leaves reporters vulnerable themselves and obviously creates great fear in potential sources. Well, there's legislation moving, we hope, its way to the deadline, which is the end of tomorrow on Beacon Hill. Joining us now in Studio 3 to make the pitch and describe what it does is Dan Krockmalnic. He's the General Counsel and Chief Operating Officer at the Boston Globe, also president of the Mass Newspapers Publishers Association, and a man who emigrated from Romania. I didn't know this till this morning. And his first job was as a what there, Dan? What was your first job?
I was a paper boy at the Boston Globe.
He was indeed.
Go.
It's great to see you, Dan. Thanks so much for being here.
Yeah, thank you very much for coming in. So elaborate on what Jim said. Tell people what this bill would do and why we need it.
Absolutely. First of all, thank you guys for having me and for raising awareness for this extremely important and timely issue. Jim, you teed this up perfectly. We are one of 9 states in the entire country that does not have a press shield law on the books, if you can believe that.
Yeah.
Last year, Idaho, deep red Idaho was the 41st state
It was unanimous.
to unanimously, well done, great researching, to unanimously enact a press shield law. In the previous Congress in 2024, in the U.S. House of Representatives, the Press Act, the federal press shield law, passed Congress unanimously. Now think about that for a second, right? What passes Congress at all these days, let alone unanimously? Yeah. And it did that. And then the election happened, and Trump was reelected, and then President-elect Trump, with a single tweet, killed that bill by saying the Press Act has to die. And that was that. So that's the national context we find ourselves in, of being one of 9 states that doesn't have such a law. In terms of what the law actually does, it simply will protect against the disclosure of the identities and sources of unpublished information. Full stop. Simple as that. That's what it does.
And could you go back to the 41 state thing? Yeah. Why are we? This may be an unanswerable question. Why are we one of the 9 states without considering our reputation?
It's a great question. Cradle of liberty and all of that. I've asked it to whomever I can. I'm relatively new in this world. My best answer is inertia. It's inertia. It's the fact that there are a lot of squeaky wheels up on Beacon Hill, and we have not been a squeaky wheel of pushing this legislation until now. The first time that we looked back and we saw when was such a bill first suggested here in the Commonwealth was 1971.
I know, we read that. This is just, and so my understanding is nobody in opposition showed up at the hearing on this bill. But if you were to put yourself in the place, assuming there are opponents, what is the argument against such protection? What is the argument of the opposition should it exist?
Well, I should do what Fauci did yesterday and just plead the fifth here. But, the best possible opposition, well, the honest answer is I'd rather not, because I can't come up with a principled reason for it. There are carve-outs for law enforcement to make
in
sure...
the legislation.
In this legislation, to make sure that it will not apply to to protect against violence, terrorism, and so to basically ensure effective prosecutions.
Well, I can say it. I think the reason is prosecutors and cops don't. It's easier for them to just make the reporter tell them who they spoke with rather than finding out themselves. But this is very relevant right now. We had a Plymouth County judge go after Patrick Clancy, the husband of Lindsay Clancy, and people know this tragic trial. She's accused of killing her 3 young children because he gave an interview to the New Yorker magazine. And I believe there was also some.
They want all the notes, by the way.
Yes.
Prosecutors want all the notes.
Yes, the notes, and often it's emails.
And we had that here with the Karen Reed trial.
That's
exactly right.
So, I mean, I used to be a reporter. I mean, people wouldn't talk to you in sensitive cases if they thought you were going to go tell everybody whom you talked to. They just wouldn't, especially, I mean, child abuse cases are a classic example that people that are social workers know a lot of bad things that were happening then and now in DSS or whatever it's called now, and they wouldn't speak with you if you were going to be turning them in.
I think that's right. Without saying what I can't, I have had conversations with the law enforcement community about this legislation since we've been pushing it early last year. And I think there's a reason why you see that there has been, Jim, as you point out, there has been no opposition to it, publicly or privately, from what we've heard. And there is bipartisan support in both houses, the House and the Senate, up on Beacon Hill for this. It's clear, it's widespread, and it will cost nothing to the Commonwealth. It'll cost nothing to the taxpayers. And so with all those, my best answer is inertia. It's inertia, it's inaction, and that, there are a lot of bills, as you see, being sprinted to the finish line right now.
So let's explain what has to happen here. We tried to explain this yesterday, and I didn't do a good job. Up until last year, if a bill didn't make it all the way to conclusion by July 31st in the even year when the legislators, I'll be kind to them because we want something from them today, when they recess, let's say, any bill had to pass unanimously, which is almost impossible if it matters. The rules were changed last year in a good way, not as far as I would like to see them, but if a bill makes it to conference committee, and that means that some version of the bill was passed by the House and the Senate both by the deadline, which is the end of tomorrow, then they have the next 5 months to work out whatever the differences are and vote just by majority, etc. So the House voted on a bill that does not include this, from what I understand, but there's a big bill. The big bill is potentially to be amended in the Senate, and the Senate has to vote to include the shield provision by the end of tomorrow to keep it alive. Is that an accurate description?
That's exactly
And
right.
what's the prospect of them doing that?
I think I went from cautious pessimism to cautious optimism to real optimism right now. From what I understand, this is going to come up for discussion and a vote today, this afternoon, and so I think this is imminent, and this couldn't be any more timely. So we're not just hopeful; we're actually optimistic.
And so what we're, by the way, asking people to do, and we'll worry about conference committee if it gets there, is between now and immediately call your state senator, and if you don't know who it is, you just call
617-722-2000.
And you tell the operator where you live. They will immediately tell you who your state senator is. Call their office and tell them you support this thing.
But one thing that is important, I think, the Globe is not, the New York Times, but it's a big newspaper with some resources. A little newspaper, we all talk about the demise of local news. A little local website can't afford the lawyers to fight this kind of thing.
That's exactly it. We at the Globe, we're fortunate. We have the resources. We have the inclination to fight these subpoenas. And I can tell you, in my day job, in the past handful of years, we fought more than a dozen of these subpoenas.
Yeah, that's a lot.
And we're thankful, and I'm cognizant that we have those resources. What you say is exactly right. Smaller news outlets, smaller newspapers across the Commonwealth don't. And the reality is dollars are fungible, right? And so every dollar that goes to fighting a subpoena for information that you by no right ought to get is a dollar that doesn't go to supporting journalism to support our communities.
Shield law is what you tell you don't need to know all the details. You understand the basic concept, protects journalists from being gone after while they're attempting to protect their sources and their notes and that sort of thing. So if you explain it to your senator or their staff, they will know. Before you go...
Also, hasn't this bill been up there multiple times?
This is from 1971 is our research. At least 1971, and since then, for those counting at home, at least 22 states have passed the shield law.
Well, so wait a second. Let's stay on this for a second. You actually think 55 years is enough time for them to consider this before voting on it?
No pun intended, but apparently that's debatable.
Thank you. Before you go, how do you feel about Brian McGorry coming back to the Globe? Raise your right hand when you answer this question. How do you feel feel about Brian returning as the editor? Go ahead.
I think it's wonderful. I think Brian was wonderful as an editor.
He was?
He was absolutely wonderful as an editor. I think Nancy was excellent as an editor. And it's great to have Brian back.
Who do you not like at the Globe? You praised both of the most recent editors. Who do you not like? Who do you like the least of the people you work with at the Globe?
Now I'm absolutely pleading the fifth.
Okay, thank you. Good luck. We're really thrilled that you guys reach out to us. We should have talked about this more, but we're glad we did. Call your state senator. Let us know if it makes it in a conference committee. Come back, and we'll take round 2.
I'd love to be back. Thanks
Thank
for
you
having me.
very, very
Take care.
much.
Really
And
appreciate
let's
it.
hoping that the legislature does the right thing here. Every once in a while they do, Jim.
They do.
Okay, we have been speaking with Dan Krockmalnic. He is Chief Operating Officer and Chief Legal Counsel for the Boston Globe. Thank you very much for coming in, Dan. Coming up after this quick break, it's not so bad of a segue today because Dan has a sense of humor. This is our Thursday, Am I the A-hole day? That's what we do every Thursday, Dan. Today we're bringing you a topic from the internet and asking you to debate who is the real jerk in the scenario. It has to do with people texting, bosses kind of type people, texting and harassing their coworkers all weekend long or after hours.
Why are you
during
looking at
the
me?
week. Well, you know, maybe somebody who might do this kind of
Might
thing.
be.
I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Browdy. Listen to BPR 897 GBH, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
When it comes to regulating AI, there's not much guidance from the federal government, but a group of teens is ready to take on the challenge of coming up with policy around AI in academics.
Now it falls to the kids. Let them lead the way.
I'm Sasha Pfeiffer. We take you to Boston, where students have come together to agree on one unified national policy to navigate AI in schools. That story on All Things Considered from NPR News.
Today at 4, here on GBH News 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And Newbury Court, serving Concord, Massachusetts for 30 years as a not-for-profit continuing care retirement community dedicated to older adults. More at newburycourt.org. And MIT Sloan Executive Education, offering short courses on critical topics led by world-class faculty. Professionals can get up to speed on AI, innovation, cybersecurity, and operational strategy. More at executive.mit.edu.
Welcome back to BPR and 89.7 GBH. Marjorie Egan and Jim Browdy, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Again, Juliette Kayyem and Andrea Cabral sitting in for us tomorrow. It's time for Am I the A-hole? Today's prompt involves the dreaded after-hours work email or text or something. One man writes that lately one of his coworkers has taken to messaging after work with non-urgent questions. Where'd you save this file? Can you check something really quick? I say a coworker. It's a supervisor or boss. It became an everyday thing. And finally, this office worker just stopped replying after they clock out and answering everything the following morning. This prompted the after-hours messenger to say this makes things harder for the team. It would only take 1 minute to respond, so just get over it. Well, the French, we've discussed this, Margaret, actually have a law protecting your right to not respond after hours. But here in America, well, we don't have that. So who's the jerk? I want to say up front, I, for one, believe we should be more like the French. I've said it before. Excuse me, I'm talking here. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. When you're off the clock, you are off the clock.
Jim Browdy,
end of discussion.
You, surely you jest.
What are you talking?
You're the chief offender along these lines.
I occasionally
may do
send a text
once or
to somebody.
A few times. I've done it a few times.
Yeah.
But you are like nonstop. You're like a woodpecker with those texts coming in all night long.
Yeah. Okay, well, it's not the sound of a woodpecker, but I know what you mean.
Yeah.
By
Saturday
the way,
morning. You stopped doing the ones at 6:30 on Saturday morning. That used to be the thing. You know,
I wait till 7.
We have young staff. Maybe they go out on Friday nights. Maybe they go have a good time and fun city.
You know what I do on emails now? I will admit I'm
What
an
do you do?
occasional offender. And by the way, number's 877-301-8970. Who's the a-hole here? The supervisory person who sends out texts asking for small things, off hours, or the people who are complaining about spending 5 minutes responding to an important question. What I do now, I want you to know, is why I send an email. You know this, by the way. I will often say on a weekend email or a nighttime email, don't deal with this till tomorrow morning or Monday.
Really?
So I'm giving people
That's not
an
the
out.
information I'm getting from anonymous sources.
What is the anonymous
who say
sources?
that Jim has switched to email. He just emails 15. We need to book this person as soon as possible at 7 a.m. You do that now.
No, that's,
instead
by
of
the way,
text.
that's also not true. I did send a 7 a.m. We need to book this person as soon as possible Saturday. And I did say, you're obviously eliminating half the story. The 7 a.m. email said, wait till they wake up to call them. 877-301-8970. Everybody has lived through this. The supervisory person who thinks you're there to deal with every one of their needs anytime, doesn't matter when you're on the clock or off the clock, are they the a-hole? Or is the a-hole the person, the worker who says, you know, even though it's only going to take me 2 minutes to do this, I'm encouraging bad behavior. So as a result, I'm going to just ignore it. And sure, we have a law like the French. By the way, this is not a policy. This is a law. There's a name for this. I can't remember what it is. But essentially, you are legally not allowed to penalize a worker if he or she or they don't respond to an after-hours request for information.
Here's one of the great tragedies of the working world in 2026. It's like you're never off the clock. People, now that we all have texts and cell phones and all that, and obviously email, that's been around for a while, but people think that they're entitled to get in touch with you at any time about something. And I've done this too, so I should talk. I do it often because I think if I don't tell you right away, I'll forget it, and then I won't tell you. But you just feel as though you've got to respond to these texts and emails, even if you're out like having dinner with your family or you're at some event.
This is unfair. This is so biased. Can I say what I always say in these circumstances?
What?
If I text you,
here's the buzz.
No, if I text you and you are too busy to respond, it's quite simple. Just decide you'll face the consequences. Why is that so difficult? It's not. By the way, last time I said that on the air, I got in trouble. So that was a joke, by the way. Let me be clear. That was a joke. The consequence thing is not serious.
You didn't take me out and shoot me at dawn.
Okay. 877-301-897. By the way, every one of you has encountered this. You're either the person who does the sending and the requesting info, or you're the requestee.
Okay. We talk about this. People do this to people on vacation. On vacation.
Have I ever done that on vacation?
Yes.
Other than occasionally on vacation, have I ever done it?
You go away. You went to some place on vacation where you didn't have any.
I went to Costa Rica.
Service. That's right.
And I flew on a little plane, which scared the hell out of me. And I got to a place, some eco resort kind of thing, where you had no cell service. And I thought it was going to be the end of the world. But I came back, and it's true. I've told this story. I came back after a week to, I think San Jose is the capital of Costa Rica, I think. And I had like a 500 or 1,000 texts. And you know how many of them needed urgent attention? None.
There you go.
Not one. Let's go to Joel and Ashland. You are first. Who's the a-hole, Joel? Welcome.
Well, I don't know if it's an a-hole. I guess I am, because I used to send texts and emails at all hours of the night because I didn't want to forget it. You know, when I had a thought on my mind and I wanted one of my employees to understand, you know, that this is somewhat important. But now with Outlook, when I try to send an email after hours, it says, you want to send this after 8 o'clock in the morning, when the person's back in the office? And I click yes. And now with text, you can do the same thing. You can write out the text so you don't lose the thought, and then you can schedule the text for the next day or that evening or whatever you want to do.
You can?
Yeah.
God, I didn't even know that.
The plus sign.
Now, Joel, can you go over to Marjorie's house tonight and show her how to do that? Is that possible? Sure. Hey, Joel, thank you.
Did you know you could schedule text?
Yeah, but I don't want to schedule a text. It's on my mind
My
now.
problem
It should
is
be on
solved.
everybody's
My
mind
problem is
now.
solved. You can schedule the text. That's brilliant.
Some
Thank you
coworker
for
of
that
ours said in
call.
capital letters, I hate capital letters messaging.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jim. Schedule those texts. Not with one exclamation mark, with 5 exclamation marks.
That would solve a big problem, though. Then you wouldn't be worried about forgetting it because you'd send it and it would be there and it would be in writing. You wouldn't have to worry about it. Okay.
877-301-8970. What? I'm sorry.
This is what texter. Unless it is an emergency, no one should be contacted off hours. You need to mentally shut off work to relax. And Jill says, love you, Jim, but your nose must be a foot long with that comment. Please stop texting the staff after hours. Be a Frenchman.
Okay, what is it? What's an emergency? You said except if it's an emergency. What's an emergency to you?
Booking someone for a future interview is probably not an emergency.
I'd say that's an emergency. Next,
Ideas
what's
for
not
other
an emergency?
people that we should book is probably not an emergency.
Okay, I'd say that's an emergency too. What's next?
And, there's a lot of complaining that goes on.
Complaining is definitely an emergency. Al in Leominster, let's talk to you. Hello, Al. How are you?
Yeah, I'm well. And you?
I think we're pretty well. Thank you for asking. What's up?
Good. Nice, interesting topic.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have to ask, who's making the most amount of money? That's the thing that started me right away.
What do you
The
mean?
boss, we're assuming the boss is calling the underling.
That is
yes,
correct. We
correct.
don't call them underlings,
Yes.
but yes.
Correct. We're assuming the boss
Yeah.
is making the call. So we're going to assume he or she is making six figures or more.
More money, yes.
So he wants to look like he's engaged and he's responsible to higher ups.
Yeah.
Maybe he works under a VP.
Yeah.
So he wants to show that he's got nothing but work on his mind or her mind. Whereas somebody, if you're calling somebody who's making under six figures, who's an intern, who's just making, 60, 70,000, 50,000, leave them alone. You know what your underling's lifestyle is. Maybe they're a single mom or a single dad. They don't have to be considering what to do Monday through Friday on a weekend, do they?
There you go, Al.
Al,
That's
our whole
wonderful.
team is cheering your call. Thank you. By the way, people, their memories, I say things and sometimes I don't mean them. I mean, someone on our staff said, didn't Jim tell Shirley early in the week that I was the star of the show?
Yeah.
It slipped out. It slipped out. I mean,
did.
Why should you be held responsible for one little thing you said in a time of great stress?
Oh,
That's all.
earlier today, we were talking about interviews.
Yeah.
And you thought perhaps I could,
I did ask Marjorie to wait in the hall. There was an interview we had scheduled, I won't say which one, where I had a lot of things I wanted to ask. And I said if she wanted to take a 20-minute break, I'd be fine. I was
you
trying to do
said
that as a nice thing for
I
you.
could press my face against the glass on the window.
I did, but I said the glass would probably be covered. So I wouldn't. That, by the way, that story is not totally true. I want to clear here because, again, I'm in enough trouble as is. 877-301-8097. So, again, can I be clear here? Only in what you would consider to be how about when you're emergency? How about when you're really excited about something and you have and someone says to you, by the way, you can get John Doe on your show, who we've really been trying to get. Some people are really hard to get. Our team is great at working hard to get them. And you have an entree to John Doe.
And you get
Am
him?
I allowed to text?
Well,
No, not get him. Am I
yeah.
allowed to text that and say, you really got to get on this right away, or should I not?
Oh, I thought you were going to say, are you allowed to text that we got John Doe?
No,
3
obviously.
exclamation
Oh,
points.
how about that? How about
Which
a
is
celebratory
kind of a
thing?
Celebratory
Yeah.
kind of thing. Doesn't mean you have to respond.
Well, I'll
with
give you
a
an
little
example.
emoji. Yeah.
Last week, I'm walking down the street, and someone said, I heard you tell Shirley you were the star of the show. You are. And I texted that to everybody, that a fan thought, is that okay or that's not? Okay.
I'm a baby. I'm a man.
Okay, thank
I'm
you.
an anchor man.
Susan in Westminster.
You can't read some of these.
I know, you really can't. Do not. I know, do not. Susan, this is our staff. Anytime our staff has an opportunity to speak unkindly of me under the cover of posts that are anonymous on our screen here, they do that. And I don't take that personally.
Yeah. Now, now here's sort of a way to be kind of mediate this
go
whole
ahead.
situation.
Go ahead.
Anonymous secretary says, I'll often respond to after-hours messages, but if I send them, I always clarify there's no expectation for them to respond right now. Now, you often include that.
I always do that. No rush in doing that.
But I know that if I don't respond within the hour,
You're going to be out in the hall for the next interview.
once again, be pressing my face against
the glass. Yeah, and you come in occasionally into the studio. But just Susan in Westminster, you're next on BPR. Welcome to the show. Hi.
Hi. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Thank
Jim,
you.
You may not like my comment, but I've worked in HR. I've retired recently from a long career in HR. And what I see this is the boss or the manager who's making these requests of the team. Really, if anything, it shows that they're not really organized. At the last minute, they need help or they need something.
truth
If
in
that
that.
manager were more on top of things,
Right.
they wouldn't need to go to their team. So they need to plan better. And if this were where I was working when I worked, I would say to the manager, you need to get the information you need while your team is on working time and not interrupt their personal time.
I think that
It
is
would
actually,
reflect better on you.
I'm going to be big enough to say I think that is a perfect description of the reality. Susan,
Oh.
that was great, Susan. Thank you. Now,
Thank
Dan
you.
from
Thank you.
Dorchester, thank you. Dan, I said a minute ago, other than emergencies, if you're really excited about something you want
Yep.
to share with your team, here's what Dan from Dorchester says. See what you think, Marjorie. Jim, are you kidding me? You get excited about Q-tips. getting excited about something and texting is not a good excuse.
Well,
What do you think of that?
I think Jan raises a very excellent point, but I'm sort of elated over the idea that I can schedule the time to send my text.
You are never going to figure out how to do
I'm going to
that.
get instructions, and
Read
I'm
the
going to figure
top
that out.
text from Courtney in Boston. Read Courtney.
Courtney in Boston says, when is Nicole going to call in to weigh in on this? This is Nicole. Nicole is the person who came up with the idea that we should do Am I the A-hole?
She's the source of
She
this.
was the source of Am I the A-hole? And she's left us
And she calls in occasionally during her lunch
one too many texts
break.
from Jim
Maybe.
over the months.
Maybe.
She couldn't take it anymore. So she's not going to a different job. We love her and we miss
She
her.
blocked me, by the way. I don't know if, I didn't want to say that on the air, but right before she left, she blocked me.
So she has been calling in occasionally to comment on what we're doing, but so far we haven't heard from Nicole today.
It's really
I feel
upsetting,
a little.
by the
Well,
way.
I feel a little.
A little
ignored.
bit of a loss. Yeah.
Listen to this. Doesn't this drive you crazy? This sound.
Yeah, but can I tell you one thing I have? This is one of the,
Yeah.
and you should do the same thing
What
if you
should I
know how
do?
to
What
do
should
it.
I do, Jim?
Who has his phone on silent 24 hours a day?
I do.
No, I do.
Oh, you.
I never have a ringer on. I never have any.
Yeah, you are the person that never hasn't checked their messages in like 9,000 years. So whenever I call you with something important, I can't reach you because you say I can't leave you a message.
What did I tell you when you said you couldn't reach me? This really aggravates me in a moment of seriousness. When Marjorie said to me I couldn't reach her, I said, all you have to do, put your face against the glass. And eventually,
Yeah,
either I or
press
someone
against
else
the
will
glass.
notice you,
My
and we'll
nose
deal with
squished
it.
in the thing. Yeah.
By the way,
yeah.
one of the funniest things we ever did,
What?
which has nothing to do with anything, we were in New Hampshire, I guess, for primary season last time, and we were, I think, did Azita get us that studio? I think whatever. We had this great studio, the best position.
Oh, yeah.
Studio.
Oh, we were
And
right with all the
walls
celebrities.
Were 100% glass, and Marjorie, because she was diligent, wanted to get back because we had an interview with somebody that mattered actually. Well, they all matter, but whatever. And she walks head first
right into the wall,
into the glass wall. Now I wouldn't tell. She wasn't hurt, so I wouldn't tell
I have a
that
big
story.
Irish head, Jim.
Oh, it's on our YouTube channel, actually.
It's
Jamie
on our YouTube
says.
channel. You can see
Well,
it.
the interview was with Vermin Supreme.
Vermin
You remember him?
Supreme.
He runs for president
Kind of
every
the
4
wild
years.
guy up there in New Hampshire. Yeah. It was
Dana
very
in Connecticut,
embarrassing.
we're asking who is the a-hole. Welcome to the show. Hello.
Hi, you guys. Sorry, Jim, but it's you.
Really?
And
Thank
Marjorie,
you.
need to learn how to schedule text. You
I
can do it
do.
on an Android, and you can do it on an iPhone. Because just like your prior caller, I do think of things and don't want to forget. 'Cause
Right.
I'm over 60. But I just schedule it to be at their text at a reasonable time the next day or on Monday, because you should not bother your coworkers or your, quote, underlings, as someone called them, which is horrible, on a weekend. Like, people need their personal lives to be separate from their work lives.
They do.
And, Jim, if you're really excited, just send them a text saying you're really excited. Don't tell them to follow up immediately.
Okay, Dana.
That's now work.
I will take
I think
that
there's
into
a
account.
consensus
That was
here.
a fine call, too.
Okay. Hello, I'm Quinn from Brookline. I'm a teenager. When I have school projects, I hate when people text me at like 11 p.m. with a stupid question. Boss is the a-hole. Sorry, I guess Quinn had called, but he hung up because he was scared of Jamie.
Okay. The video of you walking into the wall, apparently on YouTube, if you want to search for it, is called Marjorie Goes Bang and More Highlights from New Hampshire. It's actually pretty good.
My big Irish head just bounced right off the
Are
glass.
we doing Edgar?
It was
Are we taking
incredible.
calls? What are we doing? Is Edgar on the line? Okay,
Oh, here
Edgar's
comes
coming
Edgar.
in.
Edgar's coming in.
Edgar, don't bias this thing.
Yeah.
If you have something really, are you the host of your show?
I am the host
okay,
of my
fine.
show. That's
So if you have something
good, Jim.
really important to impart to your colleagues,
For example, Q-tips or
whatever.
Yeah,
I mean,
sure.
some of it is important.
On a Sunday morning at
Excuse me,
6:30
I'm
in the
framing
morning,
this.
something comes into your brain.
I can't tell which side of this you
Well,
two are
let me
on
explain.
at all.
Let me just say, you wouldn't be the host of the show if your judgment was not extraordinarily good. Is that a
I
safe
think that's
assumption?
absolutely correct.
So if in your judgment something
Yes.
mattered, would you
Yeah.
not update your coworkers
100%.
and maybe ask them to do an itty-bitty thing to advance the whole thing?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. There you go.
There you go.
You angry at him too?
I was reading the text.
Okay, fine. What are they saying?
Stop contacting Marjorie's staff unless it's about booking Harriet Heinemann.
Actually, that's in the works.
58% of YouTubers vote in our poll don't respond to texts after work. but 41% of them do.
So
I
what's the
do
other
think
1%?
an important thing is
What is
that
it?
there is a distinction between I'm giving you some sort of an update or whatever, or I'm saying something now, it's in my head, and you can deal with it on your own time,
Sure.
and you need to respond to this right now.
That's
I think
right.
you-
If I ever said, rarely do I ever say
Yeah.
you have to respond
You do the
immediately.
snap fingers emoji.
I do.
So I think
honestly,
it's fine to reach out to a coworker if it's just a thing. But if you're like,
Exactly, if
and
it's a
I need you
thing.
to respond
Every
right
time
now,
I
then
reach
it's
out,
a
it's
total.
just a thing.
It's always
That's
just
my-
it's just a thing, Jim. It's just a thing.
What kind of thing are
just
you
a thing.
doing on your
It's just
show?
a- Well, what are you two doing to celebrate Water Transit Month?
Oh
Actually,
my God!
we're taking our whole staff out tonight
Are you-
for water
We're
transit.
going to jump in the
amazing.
Charles
Yeah.
right after the
Go
show.
for a swim in the Charles
Yeah.
together. Transit
What
from
is
one
Water
side to
Transit Month?
Well, apparently it's a thing here. It's been going on for years, and
course it
it's
is.
largely about like using the water for transportation, including the fact that I didn't know this, but the number of ferries available in Boston Harbor have doubled in the last few
Wow.
years. So
Oh,
on the
that's
show,
great.
producer that works for both of us, that Jim texts all the time, Hannah, she and I went for a ride on the East Boston Ferry, and we have a little piece
Oh,
where we
that's great. I
experience
didn't
what
know
it's
that.
like.
Is that the
Yeah,
one that goes from the ICA to East Boston?
Exactly.
That's a great ride.
Margaret,
Unbelievable
show's
ride.
Oh,
almost over.
okay.
Edgar
All right.
will be listening.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we're not going to be here tomorrow. Andrew Cabral and Juliet Kime are filling in for us at the Boston Public Library. They're going to talk to NBC Sue's, our media maven Sue O'Connell. She's been covering the Lindsay Clancy trial, the woman accused of murdering her 3 children. Live Music Friday with the group Mango Blue, naturalist and author Simon Montgomery, and congressional candidate Jason Polos, Zoe Matthews, Hannah Loss, Ariana Gonzalez, Jack
Doing well.
Siciliano, Matty Guy, Bill Francis, John McCall, Parker, Jane
Oh,
Bolton.
my.
Thank you very much. Jim Brady, I'm Marjorie Egan.
Bye.
That was
Bye.
impressive.
From the stories of centuries past to discoveries that will define our future, How Did We Get Here's, how-tos, and more. Journey with us down the rabbit hole on the Curiosity Desk. Coming up next on GBH 89.7.
Support for GBH comes from you.
And Gloucester Stage, presenting Betrayal by Harold Pinter. When 2 lovers meet for the last time, their affair unfolds backwards into a near decade-long illicit love triangle. Now through August 1st. Tickets available at gloucesterstage.com. And The Cambridge Homes, a nonprofit, independent, and assisted living community in Cambridge, offering residents supportive services as well as cultural, educational, and social programs. thecambridgehomes.org/tradition.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. Today on the Curiosity Desk, well, last week we dug into the political memification of the 1980s sci-fi B-movie known as Chud. Then yesterday, a federal judge in Nevada tossed out FBI Director Kash Patel's $10 million defamation lawsuit that involved, among other things, him being referred to as a Chud. That story and more on the Glitch Report with Joan Donovan. After that, you've heard it's the humidity that makes New England summers insufferable, as opposed to that scintillating dry heat we hear so much about from our friends out west. But what makes the humidity? We ask a climate scientist. And to close, it is of course Water Transit Month. You thought we'd miss it? One Seaport official says we're in the midst of a ferry renaissance.
It beats paying for Uber, I'll tell you that.
Come along for the ride this hour on the Curiosity Desk.
Live from NPR News, I'm Lakshmi Singh. The U.S. is coming off a quarter of a slowdown in economic growth as consumer inflation remains high, according to new government data out today. More from NPR's Scott Horsley.
A new report from the Commerce Department shows the U.S. economy grew more slowly in April, May, and June than during the 3 previous months. Gross domestic product grew at an annual rate of 1.5% during the second quarter. Consumer spending remained strong, but investment grew more slowly. Consumer prices in June were up 3.7% from a year ago, according to the Commerce Department's inflation yardstick, which is closely watched by the Federal Reserve. Despite stubborn inflation, the central bank decided to leave its benchmark interest rate unchanged. There's mixed news from big tech companies. Microsoft reported better than expected profits, but Facebook's parent Meta fell short of forecast amid big spending on artificial intelligence. Scott Horsley, NPR News, Washington.
President Trump says he may temporarily withdraw Todd Blanche's nomination for U.S. Attorney General in the face of at least 2 Senate Republican holdouts. Senators John Cornyn and Tom Tillis, both of whom are leaving Congress after this year, are pressuring Blanche to promise in writing that President Trump won't receive broad tax immunity or secure a compensation fund widely viewed as a slush fund for allies in his lawsuit settlement with the IRS. A Senate committee was poised to decide today on whether to recommend the interim AG stay on permanently, but that vote's been delayed. Another Senate committee has advanced a different Trump nominee to lead the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Here's NPR's Ping Wong.
It's been a long time, almost a year, since the CDC had a Senate-confirmed director, not a temporary or an acting one. Now it's on the cusp. The Senate Health Committee voted to advance the nomination of Dr. Erica Schwartz to a full Senate vote. Senator Bill Cassidy, a Republican from Louisiana, chairs the committee.
America is facing serious public health challenges. Children are dying and being hospitalized from diseases that could be prevented with a vaccine.
After a rocky appearance before the committee earlier this month, Schwartz ultimately got yes votes from all the Republicans on the committee and from one Democrat, Senator Tim Kaine from Virginia. Ping Huang, NPR News.
A new administration rule says asylum officers can send certain cases directly to immigration court, part of an effort to reduce a backlog of asylum applications. NPR's Jimena Bustillo took a closer look.
I analyzed immigration court data that shows asylum approvals are at their lowest rate in 2 decades. The White House has declined to respond to this, but in April it promoted record low asylum approvals at immigration courts. In that statement, the White House said that they have replaced activist judges who, quote, slow-walked deportations and granted asylum at sky-high rates.
NPR's Jimena Bustillo reporting. You're listening to NPR News.
Good afternoon. With the latest from the GBH Newsroom, I'm Henry Santoro. 5 years after officials set minimum staffing levels to help improve residents' care, half the 341 nursing homes in Massachusetts are understaffed. The New Bedford Light reports that advocates say these states' penalties aren't strong enough to force compliance in cases where owners are trying to maximize profits. Experts and advocates say that when there isn't enough staff, care deteriorates. For instance, frail residents can fall when they try to get out of bed without help. They can get sick with infections from sitting in soiled diapers, and their skin can deteriorate into open wounds or bed sores when they aren't repositioned often enough. Massachusetts Republican candidate for governor Mike Minogue, who owns a home in Hamilton, Mass., also has a home in the uber-wealthy Yellowstone Club near Big Sky, Montana. It's a $31 million home. The Globe reports Minogue, who's been running on a platform of understanding the financial pains of voters and feeling the pinch of the housing crisis, his neighbors out there with the likes of Bill Gates and Mark Zuckerberg. Tom Brady also had a place out there, but he sold it. Yellowstone Club is known as the world's most exclusive club. Critics of Minogue say knowledge of this home provides another level of insight into the former medical device company executive's vast wealth and his potential connections as he pumps millions of his own dollars into his gubernatorial bid. Red Sox A's wrap up their series tonight, and then it's on to L.A. for a weekend series with the Angels. 68 degrees in Boston. This is GBH News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include Capital One, offering their premium travel card, Venture X. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. Details at CapitalOne.com. And listeners like you who donate to this NPR station.
Welcome to the Curiosity Desk on GBH 89.7. I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. We are streaming live at youtube.com/GBH News. Well, folks, it is official. Calling the director of the FBI, Kash Patel, a googly-eyed chud is legally protected speech. If that term chud rings familiar, it's probably because we spent a whole 20 minutes on it last week, tracing its roots from a 1984 cult classic up to internet chat rooms and now Nevada federal court. Chud. There it is. In other news, at the intersection of tech and politics, Russia now has the founder of the private messaging service Telegram in its crosshairs. Kremlin leaders say they've charged the 41-year-old Russian-born founder with facilitating terrorism. Australia now, too, has followed suit, so to speak. Plus, everyone's favorite chud, Elon Musk, just came down firmly on the side of AI notification apps like his own Grok in a lawsuit against the state of Minnesota. Well, who better to thread all of these stories together in a cyber web but Joan Donovan, our Thursday edition of The Glitch Report. Joan is, of course, the founder of the Critical Internet Studies Institute, a BU assistant professor of journalism and emerging media studies, a Curiosity Desk contributor, and if that's not enough, also co-creator of the Beaver emoji. Joan, great to see you as always.
Oh, thank you so much for having me back. I'm not wearing the chud mask today.
Yeah, I noticed.
But tomorrow at the Cut
there
in Gloucester.
Don't forget, we talked about it last week.
Yeah, we've got
Chud Masks Abound.
Chud Masks Abound. It's going to be Chud Live. We're going to have lots of punk bands playing, Gossip Collar, Cigarette Camp, and the Chip Rockers, which is a local two-tone ska band. So look up for info on the Cut Live. But Chud's back.
Chud. So speaking of Chud, so let's talk about this case, the judge tossing Kash Patel's $10 million defamation lawsuit. So among other things, this goes back to 2023. So this is when Kash Patel was hosting Kash's Corner, which was a podcast on the Epoch Times, which was a pro-Trump media company. And there was this guy, Jim Stewartson, who kind of went after him for a number of things on social media, up to and including the fact that he called him a chud.
Yes.
And anyway, Kash Patel says, all right, well, I'm going to sue you for defamation, $10 million. That has been tossed out by a judge. What do we make of this, and what should we take from this?
Yeah, so I would still say be careful, because he's litigious, right? I mean, it's going to end up costing Mr. Stewartson a lot of money to defend against this suit.
Yeah.
Which was thrown out of court because there was lack of jurisdiction where it was filed in Nevada.
It was kind of on a technicality because it was filed in Nevada, but it didn't take place in Nevada, and Kash Patel's side seemed to be trying to make a case. Well, the people of Nevada were privy to it, therefore it could be a lawsuit in Nevada, but that seems to be...
It's also super hard to prove defamation and all of these things, and especially when you're a public figure, it becomes even harder to employ laws in your favor. But we do know that lawfare is a thing, and people like Kash Patel, who have endless sources of lawyers, are going to do that. But it does ring pretty funny, like on the headlines and whatnot, that like this is the thing that he's going to spend his time on. This is what's going to get under his skin. Not anything else that people are, and there were more insulting things than googly-eyed chud. There was Kremlin asset, talking about his
January 6th stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So his conspiracy theories, etc. And so many of us arrived in the moment of Trump hearing about Kash Patel for the first time.
Yeah.
I am probably the luckiest lady alive because I've known about Kash Patel for a very long time and was shocked that he was appointed as the FBI director. And this is just continued shenanigans from his past, which is that he wants to shape the media narrative around him. And he keeps getting into these public blunders, like at the Olympics, chugging beers and acting outrageous. And people are starting to question, his FBI pursuits and also vacations.
And when you say you knew about Kash Patel for years prior to this, it's just this by nature of your work and being somebody who keeps an eye in the podcast, like sort of right wing circles online.
Like Dan Bongino, who ended up becoming the assistant. This is actually pretty funny. Kash Patel and Dan Bongino had podcasts that both really pushed the Epstein files for, and so people thought on the right that the moment Patel and Bongino team up, it's going to be...
This was part of the, it's all going to come out.
It's all going to come out, and then it didn't. And then Bongino got a hair across his butt, and he pieced out really early. But I think we're going to find out later much more about Bongino's departure and what happened with Bondi, and now with Kash Patel being... under scrutiny for his behavior and his vacations and whatnot.
Well, speaking about, as we said, this sort of intersection of the courtroom and politics and tech, we see Elon Musk's company XAI. They have sued the state of Minnesota over. So Minnesota has this first in the nation law banning notification technology. Elon Musk's company this week has sued them. Now, Elon Musk has said that he doesn't contest the part of this law that is banning the distribution of AI-generated nude images of real people without their consent. So he's gone as far as say, like, that's not okay. We don't think that's okay. But he's basically said this law in Minnesota extends far beyond that and is basically, it is stuff that should be protected in his estimation under the First Amendment, and this is going after them. What do we make of this lawsuit?
Yeah, it's interesting to separate, I think, the construction of something that would be, if you did put it out, publish it, would definitely be defamation, potentially libel, if it has children involved even, which has happened on Grok a number of times. There's great research out there by the Center for Countering Digital Hate that talks about this, where there were many more than 20,000 images that were initially circulated of all kinds of people, but particularly women and children, and they went way too far. First, it started with, like, if you type into X, put her in a bikini, it's all of these Grok messages of people putting someone in a bikini, and whether it's Shrek or Elon Musk's ex-lover, Ashley St. Clair, who is also suing Grok for nudification. The distribution of them, it's all streamlined. It goes straight from asking Grok to, publishing on X. And so he's trying to defend the parody aspect of it. In the lawsuit, they put pictures of, Trump and him playing poker with, like, stained white T-shirts on and stuff like that. Like, you can't make fun of someone with nudity. What we're really talking about is graphic, hardcore pornography made about people, usually that are unaware, that have put up pictures of themselves or their children on Instagram or Facebook their entire lives, and never once thought that there would be a realistic-looking nudification tool that would turn everything upside down. It's always constantly deployed against women as well. Yeah. So we have to be really careful that this isn't just a technology that's inert and anybody can use it. It's also something that more often than not, especially in high schools, is leading to incredible amounts of harassment. And we see young girls not wanting to use the internet because of this, or not wanting to engage in social media as much because of this, not just this, but cyberbullying as well. But we're going to get into a serious problem if Grok is allowed to, by law, produce these images, because then it becomes a cat and mouse game of trying to find the distributors. And there's tens of thousands of them online, the distributors of this. Celebrities, of course, are always implicated in these scandals. But I'm much more interested in understanding the common person and how they reckon with this, and all of the evidence that I've gathered on deepfakes and especially nudification is that, most people want it gone. They don't want this technology. Yeah. And so it's a very sad thing too, because I think, as we think about technological progress, we've entered into this moment, like you said, of like this chud politics, like this chud tech that's... The funny thing is, and I think this is the last comment for this section, is like, this is how the internet was birthed. This is how the internet started to make money, was investing in pornography. If you remember the early days of AOL, you couldn't get to your email without tons of spam, 100%. Different weird things they're offering. Dialers, like you would get disconnected from the internet and connected to other websites, and it would charge your phone line. Yep. We've been through this, and the pursuit of money through pornography has really been hugely profitable for these men over the years. Yeah. And so whereas we could characterize the last few years as trying to build technologies that would remove that kind of content as spam from social media, from the public web, Musk, because he bought Twitter and turned it into X, is really trying to sell this as a unique thing that Grok does. Right. Which is awful. Yeah. Yeah. But unfortunately, that's where we're at.
All right. You're listening to Curiosity Desk. We're talking with Joan Donovan. This is the Glitch Report. She's from the Critical Internet Studies Institute and a contributor here to the show. Well, let's talk a little bit about what's going on with Telegram, because all of a sudden there's 20 stories here going on with Telegram. So you have, as we mentioned when I was introducing the segment, you have Russia accusing the actual CEO of Telegram essentially in aiding terrorism. And they sort of said they're going to go after him. Now, he was born in Russia, but he doesn't live in Russia.
Yeah.
And then I think just today, or maybe it was yesterday, Australia has also said, "Hey, there's some stuff on there's some stuff on Telegram, essentially related to terrorism that we have said you got to take down, you got to take down, you got to take down. Has not been taken down. So now they're going after Telegram. It's a little bit they're two sort of slightly different cases.
Yes, yeah, but I think ultimately, like, the lesson here is women know this. Right? We've known this a long time.
Yeah.
And interestingly, there's an incredible PBS Frontline on the life and aftermaths of what's called Terrorgram, which is a smaller unit on Telegram of neo-Nazis. It's a network of neo-Nazis and extends through the U.S. There have been several arrests in the U.S. for the use of Terrorgram. One of the makers of Terrorgram, Matthew Allison, was arrested in Boise, Idaho in 2024 for this. So the U.S. is well aware. Researchers have been studying Telegram for a very long time. And just to be clear what it is, it's essentially a messaging app with chat features. It's like chat rooms, and you can DM people private messages. But over the years, it really got started as something that activists were using in Hong Kong and other movements, trying to get around all of the pernicious surveillance of Facebook, Meta, those platforms.
And one of the features here is this is one of these messaging apps which has the end-to-end encryption,
yeah, so
right?
it's
so
really
in theory,
hard.
it's harder to just get in there and see what two people are chatting about.
Yeah, but also in the public groups, as long as a lot of them are public and open to the public, some of the white supremacy groups require you to send a picture of your hand with the date on it to prove that you're white, things like that. But they're also very cognizant of the fact that they don't show their faces sometimes. In the U.S., we probably think about the organizing after January 6th, where all of these people got kicked off of platforms. We saw this major surge of white supremacists and neo-Nazis moving over there because Parler, which was a right-wing app that was founded to look just like Twitter, but for people like Ted Cruz to be able to say his piece without getting his content removed. So Parler was shut down. There was a massive leak of all of their information, their data, their constituents, and there was a huge flood over to Telegram, including groups like the Proud Boys. And so it started to become this centralized space for organizing extremism because all of the other apps had started to do relatively low content moderation, but enough to say this kind of extremism, plotting the death of an entire country, planning school shootings, that's not going to happen. Telegram is a bit different because even the scale is huge.
Yeah.
And the guardrails are low. And depending upon what country decides to enforce laws, he's going to be an elusive person to pick up. He's a billionaire. He's got mountains of lawyers. He's got friendships with important U.S. politicians. And the intelligence that's gathered from Telegram is also really important, especially in the midst of the Ukraine war. Ukrainians started to use it for basic communication. So if they had internet connection, they would use Telegram like you'd use the phone.
Yeah.
And then Russia started infiltrating. Russia also has huge amounts of groups on Telegram. It's a very normal technology there.
Yeah, I was going to say it's it's interesting because a few years ago, France went after Telegram essentially, and Russia came to its defense. Kind of being like, well, terrorists use cars too. Are you going to go after the car manufacturers
Exactly.
because they've used it?
Yeah, and like lots of intelligence agencies have used it. And, in the U.S., when we had Signalgate, where U.S. politicians were using Signal instead of the approved messaging apps, Telegram was also something that people were looking into, thinking, if they don't want to be caught talking, then Telegram is a really great place to start.
Yeah.
Not that I'm giving anybody but the hard problem is like eventually the servers exist somewhere.
Yeah.
And the information, so long as it's still in your inbox, still exists. But this is going to be a difficult technical exercise of tracing back where all this information came from. And in the U.S., I think we often see platforms as empty shelves. And so we blame whatever you put on them, not the
Yeah,
billionaire that created the system.
Which is, I mean, this is the thing we got to continue to grapple with. It's one thing in the abstract or in the philosophical to say, like, yeah, a person is responsible for their own behavior and, you know, a platform is just a platform. However, we now have mounting evidence to the contrary that in our real lives, in the way that the world is operating, if left to their own devices, like, bad stuff is going to happen. So,
yeah, it's almost like there are certain websites that are a magnet for the worst people in the world to meet each other.
Yeah.
You know, and I guess like in years past, you'd have, you know, people who were a little cuckoo and they'd go on the street corner and start talking to you at the bus stop and you'd be like, oh, I don't agree that the government is doing X, Y, and Z. But after watching Chud, of course, I think maybe they are hiding plutonium under the city. So, you know, but it's just like one of these things where you're like, we don't know what's under the surface of government. And with these apps as well, we're allowing for such massive amounts of broadcast communication, which is different from the one-to-one. It's one-to-many.
Yep.
And that allows for someone in Florida to call for violence in Brookline, Massachusetts. It creates this ability for these people to get together and spin up wild fantasies about how we can take over certain places, or they're despondent youth and they're told it would be cool.
Yeah.
To, you know, the San Diego shooters, for instance, were Telegram users that we talked about a couple of months ago. These are young kids. And they're thinking, you know, I got to go out and commit this mass violence and then off myself because this life isn't worth living. And that, to me, is the scariest part of the radicalization process, is when it moves from the wires to the weeds, right? When you move from being an online white supremacist to an offline terrorist. That's what we're dealing with here, and how much culpability this Telegram founder gets might actually become a model for other governments to decide, well, this is how we're going to take down X, because X harbors terrorist content as well.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate. It's everywhere.
You're listening to Curiositas. We're talking with Joan Donovan from the Critical Internet Studies Institute. This is the Glitch Report. We don't have much time left, but I want to give you a crack at this one. A piece in Wired this week about a potentially emerging literary counterculture. I know you're a counterculture person yourself.
Love it.
So, I mean, basically, this is like, you know, because AI has gotten good at a certain kind of writing, including things like the rule of three and using M dashes and saying, like, it's not this, it's that. Tools that, you know, have been used by writers for a very long time. Writers are now saying, well, I gotta go across the grain here. I gotta make my writing not like AI. And we see maybe a new counterculture emerging in the style of writing.
Well, I'm pretty excited about it in terms of like people regaining their creativity, right? Because when you are writing, especially for academia, it's so formulaic, it's very technical, and I think that should stay that way.
Sure.
But in creative writing, you really must figure out, you know, the character voices, the style, the scenes and everything. And so I've always admired writers that are able to bring in like interesting examples, metaphors, set scenes in different ways. And so I'm hoping that there's a boon of writers that don't want to sound like AI and actually are then cultivating their own voice. What's hard as an academic and a professor is that, like, I don't want to be a cop of AI. I don't want to be in a classroom situation where I'm reading AI and they're smiling, thinking they got away with it.
Yeah.
So we do need to have a major renovation in academia. I'm really hoping that Berkeley Law School inspires many universities to say no to
what has
generative
Berkeley
AI.
Law School done?
They are not allowing large language models in the production of schoolwork, not even for thinking or collaborating or whatnot. And I think that's the smarter way to go. Research that I've done recently on large language models, there is verifiably no way to stop them from making factual mistakes. And so even as we enter into this world of artificial intelligence, it's not smart. I should say it's not smart.
It's not smart.
It's not smart.
Just like regular people. So in that way.
Yeah. But for regular people, I think like we've overemphasized or overhyped the capabilities of AI as being everything to everyone and ice cream on top.
Yeah, and right all the time.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Not
exactly.
just smart, but smarter
Yes.
or infallible, which it's clearly not.
I know. And there's a book on Amazon pretending to be my biography that I just bought for
Yours?
$8.88.
Really?
Yeah. And it's all written by AI and it's all wrong, but I'm the hero, so I don't mind.
Well, we will, for next week, I'm going to get a copy of that. Next week,
Okay,
we'll do
I'll
a
bring it to you.
dramatic reading of that on the air. We've been speaking with misinformation researcher Joan Donovan. Joan's the founder of the Critical Internet Studies Institute, BU Assistant Professor of Journalism and Emerging Media Studies, a Curiosity Desk contributor, and the hero of her own story in an AI-written biography online. Thank you, Joan.
Thank you so much. It's been
By
a
the
pleasure.
way, again, Chud Live tomorrow at the Cut in Gloucester. Don't miss it.
Thank you.
When we return, we're always hearing about the humidity being the worst part of New England in the summertime. But what is the science behind why this region gets so darn muggy? And at what point does summer heat transition to sweltering health crisis? Crack a window, blast the AC, but stay with us. This is the Curiosity Desk.
I'm Jared Bowen. Today on The Culture Show, Massachusetts has become a major filmmaking center, and Angela Peri and Lisa Lobel have helped put local actors at the heart of that success. Through Boston Casting, they have filled the worlds of Knives Out, The Holdovers, and American Fiction with unmistakably New England faces. Now they have built the eccentric island community of Apple TV's Widow's Bay and earned their first Emmy nominations. That and more on The Culture Show today at 2 on 89.7 GBH.
Support for our programs comes from you.
And Concord Park, a Volunteers of America senior community in Concord, Mass., offering seniors the privacy and independence of their own apartment home as well as care and support to help meet their needs now and as they age. ConcordPark.org. And PNC Bank, who believes when you pay attention to the details, amazing things can happen. Like when you check the pockets of a jacket you haven't worn since last fall and find $20. PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865.
You are listening to the Curiosity Desk on GBH 89.7. I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. We're streaming live on youtube.com/GBH News. Well, Boston and much of the rest of the world has been experiencing one of its hottest summers on record. Turns out science has an idea why, and especially why our city in particular has borne the brunt. There are a lot of ways to look at this, but the number of humid summer days in these parts has been trending up for decades, and frankly, it's freaking us out a little bit. The humidity right now, a sultry 81%, very delicious. But not every place in the world experiences heat waves, and when they do occur, they don't affect everyone equally. And that awful humidity we've been experiencing, turns out that's a bit of a Boston special too. So here to talk with us about heat waves, humidity, and their impact on our health is Erin Coughlan de Perez, Associate Professor of Tufts University, and Joel Schwartz, Professor at the Harvard School of Public Health. Erin and Joel, welcome to the Curiosity Desk.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
So, Erin, I want to start with you because we sort of hear the thing all the time. It's not the heat, it's the humidity. And yet, when we talk about global warming, a lot of time it's simply about rising temperatures. The temperatures have been getting hotter. But can you get us into the humidity piece of this? Is like humidity also being impacted by global warming? And what is humidity?
Yeah, sure. I mean, so hot air can hold more water. So the hotter the air is, the more water it can hold. And Boston in particular has like an unlimited supply of water right next to us. So the hotter the air gets, the more we're going to feel the humidity. And Boston really can get these really hot, really humid events in the summer.
And so is it as simple as it's getting hotter and we have all this water by us, and so therefore we are experiencing more humidity, worse humidity?
Yeah, well, and it feels worse, right? So the percent might be the same, but if the air is hotter, it's going to feel worse because it's, you can't sweat as much.
Okay, so I've seen a number of different ways to sort of measure humidity. I wonder if you can tell us like what the difference is. So you see people talk about where the dew point is relative to temperature. Then there's like wet bulb temperature. There are other humidity. Like what are these things? What do they actually mean? And which one matters when it comes to like how gross it feels?
Yeah. Different ones are going to matter for different people, and I'm sure you can talk to this a little bit as well, Joel. So the wet bulb temperature is trying to measure what's happening outside. So this also includes like sunlight. If it's sunny out, it's going to feel hotter if you're outside.
Sure.
If it's windy, it's going to feel colder.
Right.
If it's humid, it's going to feel hotter. and then the actual temperature of the air, right? So it combines all of these things together. The Weather Service often uses something called, heat index, which just combines which just combines temperature and humidity, which is maybe more similar to what you're going to feel inside your house. It's not including sunlight or wind. If you've got the windows open.
Right.
And so that would matter if you're an outdoor worker, for example. The wet bulb temperature is really important in understanding the kind of stress that outdoor workers might feel versus people who are spending more of their time indoors.
Right. All right, Joel, I'm going to turn to you because you are a public health person, and health is the optimum word here. Can you tell us a little bit like what's going on in the body when it's hot out, and then also what's going on in the body when it's humid out?
Okay. So the issue for your body in terms of warm weather as opposed to very cold weather is that the internal temperature of your body is something that you need to keep in a very narrow range, or organs
start to fail.
Right. And so we do that by sweating. And we're one of the few species, horses are another, but we're one of the few species that actually sweat all over our body, and that water evaporates and takes heat with it when it evaporates, and that's how we maintain our temperature.
So when our body's getting too hot, the reason why we sweat is it's going like, let me release some of this heat because I can't get that hot.
Exactly. So, there are some things that very hot temperature does immediately, but there are more subtle things that we're just seeing when we start to do studies. I mean, so yes, if you get very hot, you have heat strokes, but we're also seeing that when it gets very hot, pneumonia gets worse.
Really?
Yeah, because it's affecting the ability of your body to fight off infections. So infections get worse, and more people die of pneumonia during a heat wave than than today in the summer. And we also see changes in cardiovascular disease because we're seeing changes in heart rhythms, in the electrical control of the heart, and so when we look at heat waves, we see more people die during heat waves, and almost none of them, it's a very small percentage that are dying of heat stroke. They're dying of other diseases that people die of all the time, but that our ability to fight them off, to survive them, goes down when our body is stressed by heat.
Does the humidity impact our body's ability to cool itself in the way you're talking about?
Sure, because to cool, we need to have that sweat, that water that's on your skin evaporate, right? So
if it's more humid, there's more water in the air,
and so it's harder to evaporate.
Interesting.
And so the sweat just piles up on your skin. It doesn't evaporate very fast, and you can't cool off that way.
All right, so this is The Curiositist. We're talking with Erin Coughlan, Perez, and Joel Schwartz. We're talking about heat and human health. Okay, given what we know, we talk about the fact that we know temperatures are rising. We know that humidity is on the rise here in this region. I hear Joel talking about all this stuff that, maybe we don't understand about how dangerous this is. So what do we do now? Is this something we need to be talking about more? Does the fact that we are understanding the trend, should we be doing something different to our emergency response system? Should we be educating people? How are you thinking about this, Erin?
Yeah. So part of the problem is that when we think about heat waves or we think about emergencies, we think about things we've experienced in the past.
Yeah.
And that is not a good indicator of the kinds of things we could experience in 2026.
So it's not like it's going to be a couple of hot days like ha ha ha. We should stop thinking that way.
Right. And we need to start imagining. We need to use our imagination and start understanding that things could look really different. Like the Pacific Northwest heat wave a couple years ago killed hundreds and hundreds of people, and it broke all these records. And so one of the things we're doing in my lab is trying to figure out, well, what kind of events can we help Boston imagine a record-breaking heat wave? Can we use weather models? Can we use science to tell that story of Boston hitting 113 for several days? And is Boston ready? Right? Can we play through the scenario and make sure we have the protocols, we know who would be impacted, and be prepared?
Well, I mean, wow, that's serious stuff. And Joel, when we think about the public health side of this, I mean, the other thing, I know your research, you've talked about the fact that this does not necessarily affect all people equally. So we also have to understand how a young person versus a middle-aged person versus an older person, how heat might impact their body, and it can be very different. Is that right?
Sure. So, adults spend most of their time indoors unless they're an outdoor worker. So, so the ability to evaporate sweat is not the most important thing necessarily indoors. What we see when we look at the data is that people with diabetes are more susceptible to dying when it's hot out. And that's something that we could do something about because their physicians know who they are, right? There's no reason why we couldn't send an automatic text message to everybody in the Boston metropolitan area who has diabetes saying it's going to be really hot tomorrow. Why don't you not go out much, drink lots of fluids, try to be careful, because we have those systems now that can do that, right?
So we have the systems. So, and I could see saying like, all right, well, there's sort of a particular group of people that would have to get together and say, well, here's how we'll deploy this because we have the infrastructure to send a message like that. But I guess, Erin, the question is, do we have the definitions straight in our heads? Do we know when we actually are in territory that ought to be, something that people need to be warned about? Like, do we have our ducks in a row in that way? I mean, you're talking about, I don't know how much thinking we really are doing about the future that you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, we need a lot more research on a lot of different populations, but I think we know a lot. I mean, we know enough that we should be able to take a lot of action. And the government has put out something called Heat Watch. So it's an index that's also based on like the time of year. So if we get a heat wave early in the summer, for example, in Boston, it kills more people because people aren't ready yet. They haven't installed their air conditioners.
I see you sort of nodding your head there, Joel.
Yeah, so we did a study. We took 135 cities, including Boston. We got more than 40 years worth of data on weather and daily deaths. And what we definitely see is that the curve of mortality versus temperature is very different in May than in July.
Fascinating.
So the same temperature that would say increase deaths by 6%, in July, it's a considerably lower temperature that would do that in May. So we need to start giving our warnings not with the same trigger, but with lower triggers in the spring and the fall than in the middle of the summer.
How helpful is it in both of your research? And maybe I'm wrong about this, but it seems to me we have pretty scrupulous data about weather historically. This is something that people have measured for a long period of time, hundreds of years in some cases, from the same location. Does that help you as you model this stuff, as you say, okay, we want to know what's going on, to have that kind of historic data?
Yes.
Yes, it does.
It does. Yeah. I mean, Great Blue Hills, the data goes back to 1832, I think.
GBH.
The Great Blue Hills. That's
it's
right.
The oldest,
That's
it's one of our
name.
oldest meteorological stations in the country.
Yeah, that is 100% correct. Yeah. So how should people be preparing or thinking about this? I mean, one of the things that I think is interesting about something like weather is we have so much access to so much weather. It's also like when you watch the local news or whatever, it can be an emotional issue. Maybe like people kind of roll their eyes at here comes the snowstorm. Oh, it's the heat wave. Everybody, But like you're talking about real danger. So how should we be thinking, just the average person, how should I be thinking about like, I don't want to freak out here, but like, where do I go to get like good information about really when is it actually a dangerous scenario for me?
I think that National Weather Service does a good job with this new heat watch. I mean, they're trying to incorporate the best science. And I would also say check on your relatives. Elderly people are at very high risk, and checking on people you love has been shown to reduce deaths. I mean, it's wild. Like if you go see your grandmother. And part of it is that I think a lot of elderly people don't really believe that they're at risk. So checking on them, just saying, hey, a cup of water can make a big difference.
Yeah, elderly people tend to get dehydrated because they don't drink enough, and that's at a normal temperature. Oh. So if you combine that with a heat wave, then you're really in trouble.
Right? Should elderly people drink more water?
They should drink more water.
All right, there's your public service message. Drink more water out there, folks. We've been speaking with Tufts University Associate Professor Erin Coughlan de Perez and Joel Schwartz, professor at the Harvard School of Public Health. Thank you both for sharing your time and expertise with us today.
Thanks for having us.
Well, over at Logan International Airport, thousands of people come and go on hundreds of flights every day. It also happens to be the place where newsmen and women across the region turn to for the city of Boston's, quote, official weather. We're going to listen right now to a piece from the Curiosity Desk archives where we explore how and why Logan became the city's weather hub. This is something that got started because a couple of my former GBH colleagues, Alana, David, and Dawn, they kind of got curious about it.
I think David started it.
You brought it up because Bubsy always says on the weather in the morning, the weather at Logan is...
Right, and every other weather report I've ever heard, it's always at Logan Airport. Why is that the official temperature?
Then we started arguing about how that came to be, and we figured Edgar would know.
Admittedly, I did not, but I did know where to go for answers. The National Weather Service home base in Taunton, where I met up with one of their meteorologists, Kimberly Buttrick.
Well, the reason being is that we have an automated sensor at the airport. It's called an ASOS, and that stands for an Automated Surface Observing System.
The partnership between the Weather Service and airports is as old as flight itself. So when the ASOS system, which measures everything from temperature to wind speed, rain totals to sea level pressure, was rolled out in the 1990s, it was centered in airports large and small across the country, including around here.
Providence, Worcester, Bradley, Beverly, Lawrence, Falmouth, Martha's Vineyard, Nantucket. Shall I go on?
Each ASOS automatically updates conditions hourly, 24/7, and the data is immediately available online to everyone, including newsreaders. As for why the one from Logan gets referenced the most, well, for starters, it's the city of Boston's official ASOS.
But it's because it's the hub. Like why do people say they're from Boston when they're not really from Boston? It's the center of the universe for people up here in southern New England.
But there is a catch. Airports are not exactly the best place to get an accurate read on the weather. For example, Buttrick says Logan is consistently windier, cooler, and less rainy than other areas of the city.
The Weather Service knew that when these systems were deployed, that it would impact the climate. They knew. But, when you're also flying and landing aircraft with the safety of people, it's better to have a more robust observing system located at the airports.
Notice that she said climate. Now, it's not really a big deal if Boston's official temperature is a little cool on any given day, but when it comes to the long-term climate record, that can be a little tricky. To combat this, the Weather Service has a small army of citizen scientists across the region who take methodical daily measurements on official equipment. And then there is the region's ace in the hole.
We have the longest climate study in the United States. We are studying weather the same way that they did back in 1885.
That's Caitlin Gagan with the Great Blue Hill Weather Observatory in Milton, where they've been recording the weather daily for 132 years from the exact same spot, a circular deck atop a stone tower with a pretty sweet view.
Welcome to the top of Great Blue Hill.
Holy smoke.
Yeah.
Here, they use the equipment of a bygone era to ensure the long-term continuity of their data. For example, Sunlight is measured using an honest-to-God crystal ball.
It concentrates the sun into a beam of light, and that light physically burns a hole in a cardstock. And along the day, if a cloud moves over, then it stops burning, so we know when we have overcast skies, and we also know when we have full, bright sunshine.
Wind speed, direction, and gusts get recorded analog style on huge reels of paper over 24-hour periods. And then there's the mercury barometer that has far outlived its warranty.
First read on January 1st, 1888.
That's measuring right now?
That's measuring right now, yep. We read it every morning still at 7 a.m., and it's our most accurate barometer still to this date.
Oh, and not only do they observe on 19th century equipment, they also observe on 19th century time.
We do not observe daylight savings here. Daylight savings wasn't observed until World War I.
But it's not all vintage fare. There's also a modern ASOS here. Same as they have at Logan, the hourly data just as available, only, at least according to the gang here, perhaps it's slightly more accurate.
When we return, we're headed out to the East Boston Ferry. What, you thought we were going to make it through July without recognizing that it's Water Transit Month? Who do you think we are? It's the Curiosity Desk on GBH 89.7. Don't go anywhere.
Support for GBH comes from you.
And Boston Ski and Tennis, helping New England families stay active this summer by offering a range of racket sports products and services, with locations in Newton and Westboro or online at bostonskiandtennis.com. The local businesses you hear about on this station power trusted journalism and stories that strengthen our community. Join the corporate sponsors who make public media possible. Learn more at gbh.org/sponsorship.
You are listening to the Curiosity Desk on GBH 89.7. I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. We're streaming live at youtube.com/GBH News. Well, before July is over, we did want to wish all you curiosity seekers out there a very happy Water Transit Month. Last year, about 1.5 million rides were registered on Boston Harbor ferries. Now, that's dwarfed by the roughly 270 million riders on the T, but ridership on the water is up, and so are the number of ferries you can take advantage of. Over the last 5 years, the number of rideable ferries in Boston Harbor has actually doubled. One official is calling it a ferry renaissance. So for those of you who can take advantage, it's obviously a way to bypass the headaches of traffic, the train delays, phantom buses, and enjoy some peace out on the water. But last week, our producer Hannah Loss and I, who cannot take the ferry to work, did set sail on the East Boston Ferry, where we spoke with Traci Laichter, an assistant director of the Seaport Transportation Management Association, and a few other folks. So from now till the end of the show, we invite you to come along for a ride with us. Enjoy.
Good, how are you?
Hello.
Good. Are you going to East Boston?
We're going back and forth.
Okay, beautiful. This one here, the 315, goes to East Boston.
Excellent. Thank
Okay?
you.
What's your name?
My name's Ray Sweeney.
How long you been working this thing?
I've been here since the day the ferry started, part-time.
How's it been?
It's great. It's busy. Very, very busy here.
And what do you do exactly?
I give people information about the ferries. We have a ferry goes to East Boston, a ferry that goes to North Station. We also have a ferry here that goes to Marina Bay and Quincy, and there's one here that goes to Winthrop.
So you make sure people get on the right boat?
Exactly. Absolutely. Most of our passengers used to be corporate riders, but we sell tickets to the public. So we have a lot of people, they want to go over to East Boston to the tall ship. It's a restaurant, a lot of tourists. People come here from all over the world, so we're busy. We give them a lot of information here, so.
Thank you.
Okay, have a good one.
Thanks.
You too.
See you on the way back.
East Boston!
So right now we're in the enclosure, so to speak. So this is where you are on rainy days, cold days, that kind of thing?
Year round, yep.
Yeah.
Wherever you'd like to sit, they're all comfortable. And then you can also stand out on the deck if you want.
We're going.
They're very on time. These ferries are never late.
Do you ride the ferry a lot?
I do. So this is actually my commuting method. So I live in East Boston. I work in the Seaport. I take this exact ferry here. It's a great 7-minute ride, and it's direct. It's really nice.
Yeah. How much does it cost?
So for me and for the other people who are what we call corporate riders, where their company is sponsoring it, it's free. For the folks who are public riders, which the East Boston route is mostly public riders, the North Station route is mostly corporate riders, it's $5. And then
Each way or round trip?
Each way. And then the convention center just launched a program called Eastie Rides, which is funded by a Mass DEP grant that we helped with. And that now provides free East Boston ferry passes with free transfers to the North Station route for seniors, students, people with disabilities, and people with low income.
I mean, look at this beautiful look at the harbor here.
This is the best view of the city. And then when the Tall Ships Festival was here, people were discovering that being on a ferry is the best way to see all of the ships, because you can see all of them by just taking the ferry and you're up and close to them. We're in East Boston now.
Yeah, I mean, that was fast.
I thought we were going to have a bigger bump against the...
Oh no, they're smooth.
Very smooth.
They know what they're doing.
Yes.
How we doing?
Good, how are you?
Good.
All right, what's your name, what's your job here?
My name is Shane Smith, and I'm a deckhand.
What's the job like?
You gotta love it. You gotta love it. The people love it. Nice summer day, you're on the water. Can't beat it.
What about when it's the middle of the winter?
Oh, to be honest, I only worked here like the past 3 months, so.
You have yet to have the
the winter experience yet.
But people love to ride this ferry, you think?
All the time. All the time. It beats paying for Uber. I'll tell you that.
Riding the ferry, what's your name?
Stephanie Jimenez.
All right, so here we are on the ferry. Are you going home from work?
Yes,
Is this your usual way of commuting?
it is.
How long have you been doing the ferry?
Over 3-4 years now.
Really?
Yeah.
And do you take it every day?
Every day.
So people were telling me that people who take the ferry love to take the ferry. Would you say you love to take the ferry?
Love it.
Why?
Because you skip all the traffic, and plus my job gives me the corporate ticket, so I don't have to pay for it. So.
What's your name?
George Sullivan.
Do you live in East Boston?
I do, yes, Marginal Street.
All right. So is this your usual commute?
Yeah, I take this or actually take the Long Wharf ferry on the MBTA most days, but I was over here for a meeting, so this worked out pretty well.
So you are a regular ferry rider then?
Yeah, probably 4 or 5 days a week.
Why do you do it?
Because I get to be out here on the water, and it's just kind of nice. It's a little treat in the morning.
What about in the wintertime?
Wintertime, I take the Blue Line, usually.
Okay, so you don't do the ferry in the winter?
Yes, no. Usually I'll go for the Blue Line, depending on if I am there at the right time. If I'm there on the half hour, then I'll hop on the ferry. If not, then I'll pop over to the Blue Line and get over to State Street that way.
Is there a benefit to sort of starting and ending your workday like on a boat in this way?
Yeah, I mean, I grew up on the water, so it's mostly just nice for me. That was my first jobs during the summer and everything, so it is peaceful to be out here. And, when you can go up on the upper deck on the MBTA and stuff, that's always nice and pleasant.
Do you wish more people knew about this, or do you like it kind of being a secret?
I assume they have to have enough traction and want to do this to keep it running, so always love when there is nobody up and it's just me in the morning listening to music, but also love to see people getting on the water, taking the ferry, and so they keep it around.
So I have a theory, and I can't figure out if this is just my own bias because I don't spend that much time down on the waterfront, but I have this theory that Boston is a water city but does not generally behave like a water city. Do you think that my theory holds water?
I would say your theory is cup half full. So Boston, you go back to the beginning of Boston's history as an established place in 1631. And the first ever public transportation in what is now the United States was a ferry. And that was started by the MBTA between Chelsea and the North End, or Chelsea and Charlestown, one of those two. It was called the Winissimette Ferry, because that's what the Native American name for Chelsea was. And that ferry ran for maybe almost 300 years, and then it stopped. And
why did it stop?
Cars. That's the easy answer there. And trains. So the Winissimette Ferry, actually, that one I would say trains is the first one. It's just, ways to move people. So ferries are really nice because they're easy to just take people across the water. There's not much infrastructure needed for it. Whereas trains, there's a lot of infrastructure needed for it, but there's a much larger capacity on trains. So you're able to move more people by train than you are by boat. So that's kind of the
trade-off.
Toss-up of it, yeah.
Would you categorize this as one of the best kept secrets in the city?
Yes, and I would like it to not be a secret anymore.
Why?
Because everyone should know about it and support it. And so Water Transit Month was started back in 2016 when the only ferries running on the harbor that were publicly available were Hingham Ferry, Hingham Hole Ferry, Charlestown Ferry, and then Winthrop Ferry when it was running. So that's 4. And now I believe we're at 9.
What about the notion of, obviously like the challenges of transportation across the board are big. We know that there's a ton of traffic when you're in a car in the Boston area. We know that a lot of people wish that the MBTA ran more often or later or to more places. People are going from here to there, and everybody feels like it takes too long and it's too much of a headache. I mean, is there enough capacity if we add more ferry service to that to really make any appreciable difference?
I would say so, absolutely, especially because something that's nice about the ferries, and that's kind of like what I was saying with the Seaport East Boston connection, and how there's lacking connection to Charlestown, is we're making connections where there currently are none. Because you also need to look at things kind of on a micro level at the neighborhoods. So like East Boston historically has the Blue Line, right? And before that, up until 1952, there was the East Boston Ferry, and then there was nothing in terms of water transportation for ferries, at least, until 2021. So it was almost 70 years later that the ferry came back, and that was because of the Sumner Tunnel closure. That was kind of the catalyst for all of this, because the Sumner Tunnel being built, ironically enough, it was kind of the downfall of a lot of the ferries across the harbor. If you look at a timeline of different major infrastructure projects, whether that's the introduction of a train, introduction of a new tunnel, you see the ferries start to slip away. And then where the irony comes in is that during the Sumner Tunnel closure, people knew that there was going to be so much traffic because you're cutting off the direct link between the North Shore and downtown Boston for people who commute to drive. Everyone got together and we said, hey, there's these docks, there's places where there can be docks, there's support for it, people will take these, if you build it, they will come, quoting some of our favorite movies. And so like the Lynn Ferry started at that point too. The Winthrop Ferry was absorbed by MBTA. MBTA brought back the East Boston Ferry after 70 years. And they found that it was a really, really successful campaign. For the Lynn Ferry, people were waiting at the dock. They couldn't even catch the first boat because it was just so popular. And I know we're running into capacity issues again with the Quincy Ferry because it's just so popular. And so with scalability, you need to just have more boats, more captains, more people to run them to be able to accommodate that. But it's very much feasible.
If somebody's hearing this and they're like, yeah, kind of want more of this, who's it up to? Is it boat owners? Is it private stuff? Is it lobbying your public officials? Like what do I do if I've got energy for this?
Yeah, it's a combination of things. So I would say the easiest starting point would be to talk to your legislators, tell them what you're desiring. You can also just spread the words. Like Water Transit Month we celebrate every year. The whole point of that is to get people aware of it and on the water. And you'll see after this ride, you're not going to want to commute any other way. And unfortunately, you're mostly in Brighton, so you'll have a little trouble with that. But, occasionally get out here and take the ferry. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Jared Bowen. Coming up on The Culture Show, lights, camera, action. For decades, Angela Peri and Lisa Lobel have helped give Massachusetts its distinctive presence on screens large and small. Casting local talent in Knives Out, the Oscar-winning Coda, and The Holdovers. Now the co-owners of Boston Casting have brought the eccentric island community of Apple TV's Widow's Bay to life and earned their first Emmy nominations for Outstanding Casting for a Comedy Series. From there, the Smithsonian is back in Washington's crosshairs. Recent congressional hearings challenged how the nation's museums tell American history. MassArt President Mary Grant joins us to consider what political scrutiny of exhibits, leadership, and institutional independence could mean for museums across the country. And most of us know the Statue of Liberty by her silhouette, the torch, the crown, and the majestic folds of her copper robes. Now a new exhibition at Belcourt of Newport reveals what the silhouette conceals, putting the story of its Eiffel Tower-esque infrastructure on view. Curator David Bettencourt takes us inside the American icon. That's all right now on The Culture Show.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
I'm Jared Bowen. This is The Culture Show live on 89.7 and streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel. A small, scary town like Widows Bay doesn't exist until somebody fills it with people, the suspicious locals, the odd characters, and unwavering townies who make its history, humor, and supernatural warnings seem genuine. The job of populating the island town at the center of Apple TV's horror comedy Widows Bay fell to Angela Peri and Lisa Lobel. As co-owners of Boston Casting, they have spent decades finding the New England faces that give television and films, including Knives Out and the Oscar-winning Coda and The Holdovers, their sense of place. For the instant hit show Widows Bay, they helped create a quirky community whose mayor, played by Matthew Rhys, wants to turn it into a tourist destination like Martha's Vineyard, even as townspeople warn their island is cursed.
I'm Tom Loftus.
Oh,
or Tom.
Nice to meet you, Arthur.
You want to grab some coffee?
No, I'm good. Jerry was just taking me through some of your history.
Oh, that's great. Yes, well, remarkable story.
I was talking to the guy on the ferry, and he said something odd.
What was that?
He said bad things happen here.
There is something about these seafaring towns. The superstitions, their tall tales. I find it charming myself. What town doesn't have a checkered past?
Was there cannibalism?
No.
Now, Perry and Lobel have received their first Emmy nominations as part of the team recognized for outstanding casting for a comedy series. Angela Peri and Lisa Lobel, welcome to The Culture Show. Great to have you here. Congratulations. This is huge.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Well, I am so loving Widows Bay. I have 2 episodes left. I'm one of those people who has to, like Callie Crossley, I have to wait until it's fully out so I can binge the whole thing.
Right.
Although this one is so good that I actually slowed down my viewing.
Oh, that's wonderful.
But you two have done something really extraordinary here because the community, the townspeople, are a character just as a whole part in and of itself.
Right.
Yeah. We like to say it makes it, what we do makes it believable, right? We put it where it belongs. So, there's great writers, great lead cast, and then it's our job to just fill it in and make you believe that you're really there with the people.
Right. That you're really on this little island somewhere off the coast of Massachusetts. My favorite character is Karen. Have you seen Karen?
Wait, which one is Karen?
She works at the restaurant. And he says things like, "Did Karen pack this lunch?"
Oh, that's right.
I really don't want it. You gotta. I am
We
telling
cast
them.
Karen.
Yes, I know.
Yeah.
The viewers and the listeners, please watch Widows Bay and look for Karen. She's a local actress, and she's just so funny and so perfect.
And she's so New England. She's so deadpan and so disinterested in her job. Now the whole scene is flooding back at me. Well, how does this work? We'll get into all of your legacy and whatnot, but how does it work? When a production like Widows Bay comes to you, what do they say to you? Just fill our town? How does this go?
Yeah, first we have to credit the amazing Allison Jones, who is a renowned casting director. She did Barbie, so many great films. So she gets on first. She casts all of her leads. And then from there, they call us. They send us the script. We break down all the roles that are going to be local and start auditions.
And you have a database. A huge...
Right.
Yeah.
We have a database of 100,000 people. Listen, Lisa and I are the experts on fishermen. We did Coda. We did Finest Hours. They're like, Angela, Lisa, can you get
and
really
Tony,
grizzly? Yeah.
Tony, we just did the
the fisherman
Anthony
in that.
Bourdain.
Well, I was going to get to that because I just saw it last night. Actually.
Jumping ahead.
Amazing.
Sorry.
Yes, it is. Yeah,
Jumping
well,
ahead. Back
we'll
to
go back to
what is
that.
back.
So when they come to you, you already have a sense. Basically, you have your database, and you've been doing this for 30-something years. So you just have a sense of these are the people I need to go to. This is how I set out my casting call.
Yeah, I mean, it's art. You know, you read it, and then you look at each role, and, you know, we start to think of who we collaborate. We have meetings. We talk about who we might see in that role. We try to think outside the box and try to get a lot of auditions and until it hits, you know?
Well, I was thinking about this last night when I saw this preview of Tony, which is the Anthony Bourdain biopic that's opening in the Boston area around August 14th. I was lucky press. We get a advanced screening. But I saw Alan Burrows in the film. He plays a professor. People may know him from Boston area stages, and now he runs Shakespeare and Company as their artistic director. So it made me wonder how the opportunity you have just in casting extras and these really juicy small parts that become memorable.
Principal roles. I've known Alan for almost 40 years. Imagine 40 years. I remember him when he had dark hair. And he has been a world-class actor from day one. Like, we have our short list of maybe 15, 20 people that kind of can do anything, and they usually come from the theater world. And then we have the film actors, then we have the extras. And then we have the dogs and cars. So our database is filled with many things.
You know, Alan also had a great role in Julia, the HBO series. We cast him as a doctor in the 60s.
That's right. I remember that. So
he's a phenomenal.
It must be really fun for you, too, to do these more fleshed out principal roles, as you just called them.
Yes. Oh, they're so exciting. The Los Angeles casting director will usually do the first 4 leads, the Hollywood names, the movie stars. Then Lisa and I come in and we do anywhere from 15 to 35, 40 speaking roles, and then 2,000 extras.
So people are listening, I'm sure right now thinking, well, how do I get one of those parts? How do I be an extra? Or maybe even more than that. And this is part of Boston Casting, that you do coaching and you do acting classes. How do you begin to pull people into your realm?
Well, we have a software, so bostoncasting.com, and you click, get in our database, set up a profile, put up photos, and it's all searchable to us. So we love getting new faces, new actors, people that we've never read before. You know, one of the good things post-COVID is that the first round is always self-tapes. And we can see so many more actors. You know, it used to be like, oh, we have to limit this, to 20, 40, whatever we could do in a day. And now it's like, give him a shot, give her a shot, people we don't know. So it's a nice way for us to virtually meet a lot of new actors.
And
we work closely with all the theaters to make sure that we have all the actors on file. And then there are auditions in Boston called the Boston Theater Association, and we go to that and find 400 actors every year. They're usually the same people, but we like to populate our database with actors, because even the extra work, we like it to be an actor, because then they will move up. Like, you start as an extra and then maybe get 1 line and maybe 2 lines, take classes, and then before you know it, you're auditioning for supporting roles. But going back to the extras, we do love the retired. Because the retired people have cars. They'll show up on time because they're responsible, and they have plenty of time on their hands. The retired, we love for extra work. And everybody should try the extra work. Hell, that's how I started in this. That's how I started.
You can say that word.
Okay,
we've had people say worse.
Okay. I started in the business as an extra. I was in a Carl Malden movie. Believe it or not, here in Boston. And I loved it. I just loved the business. Couldn't get any work because I had a really thick Boston accent, and ended up in the business end of it. And I still love it.
So
40 years later.
You founded it. So I thought it was 30-something, so it's 40
no,
years
35 with Lisa, and then, 30 with Lisa, and 32. Is it really? And then I had
who's counting?
I have been dabbling in L.A., New York with other casting directors to kind of see if I had no intentions of becoming. I didn't even know what a casting director was.
Well, I was reading that. I was, we've known each other for a while, and I was thinking, how on earth did it occur to you that this is a business that you should found in Boston of all places?
I was 18. I was 20 years old, and I was so driven. I still am. And as an actress, I said, I'm going to go where they're dishing out the work. I was that kind of motivating in my head. Yeah, and I found these people called casting directors. So I started interning for them, and then I learned the business. I just wanted more auditions as an actress, and then I became too valuable in the office.
Well, at that time, was it picking up all the shooting that was happening in Boston?
No, back then we were doing these things called industrials. Hilarious. Hold on. So an industrial is if you get a job in Filene's basement. In the 80s, you had to watch a video. This is the cash register. Watch Susie use the cash register. This is how you avoid. And same thing, I'll never forget, I got jury duty, and it was all the actors that I knew on the video for how to be a juror. And I was like, oh my God, I know him. So we used to do a ton of those because this was not a movie destination. They just used to come here and do the...
one day, Faneuil Hall or Fenway Park, fill the crowd. We're coming for a day or two.
Right.
And that was what we would do.
And the scullers, the rowers on the Charles. Always.
And little
the
by
obligatory
little,
Boston shot, yeah.
It's, and shout out to our film office, shout out to local producers that are out there championing, but little by little, we have crept up into this major contender, where entire series are shot here, entire films, day one to the end.
Thank you to past and current governors that keep proving that tax incentive. We needed to go up a little bit. The tax incentive now in New Jersey is beating us. That's why all of our movies are going to New Jersey. But since the tax incentive, that's when it kind of exploded.
Well, first of all, for people just tuning in, I'm speaking with Angela Peri and Lisa Lobel, co-owners of Boston Casting. They're also the newly minted Emmy-nominated casting team for the Apple TV series Widow's Bay. Before I go on, what does that mean to be Emmy-nominated for you?
You know the statue like this, the gold lady? It's that statue.
No, I know that, but what does it mean to be Emmy-nominated after all these years?
I literally can't even believe it. From where we started of maybe we'll get paid this week, maybe we'll just keep going, to an Emmy nomination. It's hard to wrap my head around.
And this is something that people are really embracing because wasn't it just this last year that we saw the Oscars finally give an Oscar award to the casting directors and people, and I loved the presentation they gave for that because it allowed people to understand what they do and how they do it. This must be such, on top of just the wonderful honor of being nominated, it must be validation for you too.
Yeah. 100%. And no one really knows what we do.
Nobody knows.
Nobody has any idea.
Angela, listen, my son, he's so talented. Right. I want you to put him in that Donnie Wahlberg movie. You can do that for me, Angela, because I know you know Donnie. And they have no clue. We have nothing to do with it. It's all
so much of our job, too, is contracts. We're doing math and counting days and putting people in there and writing up contracts and minutia that you would never ever think of.
Well, I want to go back to something you were just saying, Angela, that you can start as an extra and then get a line and then climb up from that. How does that happen?
Well, you first go to bostoncasting.com, put your picture of you, your kids, your car, your dog. Everybody needs their own profile. It's free, and then you put it in there, and then you're in the rotation. Now you're in the wheel. We have 8 casting directors that work for us, and they're in there every day.
But I guess what I mean is how do you go from extra to getting a line and then to being on the
classes.
red carpet?
acting classes.
Yeah, you have to love it. There's acting classes, there's improv classes, there's people are creating their own content now with friends and YouTube and Instagram, and it's just a process like anything else, right? Like, how did you get back there? You worked and you get better and you get better and you get better and you get better and you get better. And then more opportunities.
It's a process, and you need stick-to-itiveness. You can't give up. If you go, and auditions are your job. Getting the job is a perk. So the more auditions you get, the closer you are to maybe getting a line. And wouldn't it be great to get a line in something? We've put you in many things.
No, you haven't put me in anything. You've told me to show up.
No, sir. You auditioned.
I have auditioned, but you haven't cast me in anything.
You didn't get cast? I thought you did.
Thank you for calling me out on that. No.
Oh, sorry. I thought you did get cast as a reporter.
Also, fun fact, we don't pick who gets cast.
Oh, that's your easy out now.
Right. No, that's the truth. We just provide the great options.
Exactly.
Well, that's why I stopped showing up, because I thought, well, if Tom Cruise doesn't want me for Vanilla Sky, I'm done with this whole thing. So let's move to, we're just talking about Tony, which I'm not supposed to really give a review right now, but this is a really extraordinary film. It's a biopic about Anthony Bourdain's early days, just getting on his feet when he's really a punk here in Provincetown. Here's the trailer to the new Anthony Bourdain biopic, Tony, which releases in Boston, as I mentioned, August 14th.
Okay, so I'm just going to walk you through the basic vision. It's a coming-of-age story. Excuse me, I need to speak with you.
Didn't you punch a hole in the principal's door?
You know, a lot's changed since high school. I'm a writer now. The truth is, I'm about to get this huge writing fellowship. Hello?
Mr. Bourdain, the committee has decided to go with another student for the fellowship.
I need a job.
You worked in a kitchen before?
Sorry. Yeah.
We open Wednesday to Sunday. Start 11 a.m. What time is it? That means that you are here at 10:45. 11 is late. Anyone late is fired.
That's actually a really good trailer because it gives you such a sense of, this is like Widow's Bay. It's a small community, lots of attitude, lots of character. And how did you tell me about your process for casting that one?
So fun. That was a lot of like specific roles, Portuguese fishermen, that director, Mac Johnson, had very specific ideas of how it should look and who should be there, who would be in the kitchen, showing us photos of the real kitchen and trying to match the people that were really there. I mean, we had multiple meetings with him of, what this was going to look and feel like.
So who are some of the people that you have cast that have gone on to become big stars?
Oh, that's always a good question. Well,
and John Krasinski.
That's a big one.
He's the best, biggest
So he
one.
just came to you as a kid from Newton?
Yeah.
Yes.
We put him in a Dunkin' Donuts commercial.
Yeah,
and I still have the thank you card.
Yeah.
He sent you a thank you card.
He sent me a thank you card.
See, that's the other part. It's
it's
stick-to-itiveness
huge.
and
Yes.
actually forming relationships.
Right.
And he auditioned all the time, and he was very pliable. John, he could be a lot of different things
because he had that improv background.
Yeah.
The improv is so. I always tell people that would like to be in the business, start with improv. That'll let you know if you even like this or if you're even good at it, without having to memorize pages of lines, because that can be intimidating.
That's very intimidating. I don't have to memorize a thing, and I have nightmares about that. Well, final question, because you're talking about, we are such an industry now. We always see the trucks in and around the Boston area, the big white trailer trucks. That means a movie is filming. Is there a lot coming our way this fall?
I think so.
Well,
Yes,
Widow's
there
Bay
is.
has season 2.
And so they're coming back here.
They will come back here. It's Widow's Bay. I mean,
and Donnie's coming for a few days with Boston Blue.
Donnie Wahlberg. We've had him on the show. He filmed right in front of my house last year.
He's amazing. Those Wahlberg boys, they don't forget where they came from. And we love him for that.
They must
We
love
just
you,
do.
too.
They do. We're their go-to girls because they're not going to get any better. We know that one thing about us as casting directors is we know the grit of Boston. Like when they come here, they want a certain type of person that you can't replicate in Toronto or in New York. The Bostonians are such unique people, and Lisa and I really have our hand on the pulse of that.
Yeah, can you imagine watching Widows Bay if it was shot in
Oh,
LA?
God. No.
Yeah.
That would be gross.
You wouldn't believe it.
You wouldn't believe it.
It just wouldn't literally look right.
Right.
But you help with all of that.
And same with Tony. And
Yes.
Provincetown is just so beautiful in that film.
Yeah.
It really is. They really caught the essence of what Provincetown was, even in the 80s.
A moment in time.
I have to tell you, I was watching it last night, and Provincetown is already so well populated in the summer, but I thought this is going to drive tourism even further because people are going to want to be there because the energy of the place, the attitude of the place, the humor of the place all comes to the fore, and then you just want to spend your entire week eating based on this film.
And all of those Portuguese bars are still there.
Which is so great. All that great wood, that old
there
wood.
are all those bars where the Portuguese fishermen still hang out. They're all still there 25, 30 years later.
Well, it has been great to be with you. Maybe I'll return for another audition.
Oh,
Maybe
yes,
I'll
you
get
will.
over my rejection.
Yes, you will.
Do you have your dress for the Emmys? Dresses?
I do.
My cart for Saks is up to $14,000, and I don't know what to eliminate and what to buy.
I just had a fabulous wedding, so I have that wedding dress that no one's seen yet, so I'll wear that.
Well,
show
we
you my cart.
are going to be watching the Emmys and rooting from you. We'll be
Thank you.
screaming from
I
coast to
know.
coast here.
We'll have a
across
big
the coast.
party after.
Yes, we look forward to that. Again, congratulations and thank you for being here.
Jared.
Thank you.
Angela Peri and Lisa Lobel are the co-owners of Boston Casting and part of the Emmy-nominated casting team for the Apple TV series Widows Bay. Congratulations again. And coming up, the White House's latest attacks on the Smithsonian. MassArt President Mary Grant weighs in and also shares her summer reading list. We always love to hear that. That conversation is next on The Culture Show. Stay with us.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
Next time on In Common, communities across Massachusetts are drawing the line against data centers.
They are not supplying any service. They're not a job creator in our community. They're a destroyer of our community.
We dig into the issue and look inside the Markley Data Center in Lowell. Plus, two different shades of blue vying for a seat in the U.S. Senate.
But it looks like a really competitive race.
All that and more on In Common. Listen Saturday at 2 on GBH 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And Commonwealth Shakespeare Company, presenting A Midsummer Night's Dream. This summer's free Shakespeare on the Boston Common. Shakespeare's classic comedy is transported to a neon-lit festival escape, July 22nd through August 9th. comshakes.org. And Standish Village in Dorchester's Lower Mills, providing assisted living residents with programs designed to help seniors stay sharp, social, and independent. Learn more at standishvillage.com/programs. And M&M Skylights, servicing Massachusetts and New Hampshire. Their team is part of the Velux Skylight Specialist Network and is committed to helping improve the air quality in homes or businesses. Consultations and more information at mmskylights.com.
If you're a GBH sustainer and you received a new bank or credit card in the mail recently, there's an easy way to update your information. Just visit gbh.org/update and keep your membership up to date. That's gbh.org/update.
This is The Culture Show. I'm Jared Bowen, live on 89.7 and streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel. It's time for our recurring feature, AI Actual Intelligence, where we tap into the most interesting thinkers in our region. Their insights and observations are totally original and algorithm-free. Today I'm joined by Mary Grant, president of MassArt, who joins us every month. You have no time to be an extra. You are not retired.
No, but that sounds like so much fun. Maybe we should do it together, like a buddy movie.
Well, it's funny. Somebody sitting behind me at the screening last night, she was in one of the beach scenes for Tony, and she said it was really hot because it was last summer, and because it was in the 80s, 70s, 80s, they had her in a polyester suit. So
my late sister-in-law used to do extra scenes, and it was a lot of waiting around, but some really wonderful, fun moments too.
And you get to meet great people.
That's right. That's right.
And get a lot of reading done, I would presume.
That's right.
And that's where we're headed with your segment, because many people are excited about Obama's reading list. I'm very excited about yours, so I can't wait to get there. But we'll start with something very serious, which is the attacks continue against the Smithsonian. We talked on this show on the July 4th memorandum that was issued decrying the content of the Smithsonian, and then just recently, last week or so, they had the director of the National Museum of American History before Congress to grill her. What does this moment represent for you, the escalation of these interrogations of the Smithsonian and its content and its people?
I think that each time we worry that we've hit a new point, we exceed it. And, troubling to me in reading some of this, the Heritage Institute, Mike Gonzalez testified at the hearing alongside for the administration's position. There was a reference to something he had written recently where he discussed the fact that this assault on the Smithsonian was a flagship hallmark of the administration's policy against the museum. And he put it in the same breath as being as important and as meaningful as ICE escalations, as tariffs, and as the overthrow of Venezuela. So think about that. Arts, culture, history in that same breath in terms of policy directions. So I think that is pretty telling. The leader of that museum, Athea Higgins, is a scholar. She's a highly regarded historian. And the exhibition celebrating the 250th anniversary of the country looked at 250 artifacts that depict the nation's history, from Thomas Jefferson's desk to
despite the fact that they claim that founding fathers weren't represented,
or in George Washington's coat, to posters from different eras of the country. So again, we're seeing the effort to define history through a very specific lens, and to also continuously try to tell us what we should be thinking, paying attention to, and knowing. And I think it is an extremely dangerous precedent that continues.
So here is where I am veering off now. No more playing the victim, right?
Yeah.
Because the arts and culture are being targeted because they have power. Why else would they be targeted?
That's right.
So if you use my logic, the Jared Bowen logic, how does the arts and culture community continue to stand up, recognizing that they're in this position because ostensibly, to some degree, the administration is afraid of what they do, what they create, and what they offer?
It's an excellent point. Recently, I was in a conversation with some college presidents about Lee Bollinger's book. Lee was a former president of Columbia, of Michigan, and he talked about the time that we're in this country with these policies. And really, it's the playbook for an authoritarian regime. And what you have to do is continue to stand up, do your art, write your story, take your position, because it doesn't, backing down doesn't change the situation. And so I think every American should go see this exhibition at the Smithsonian. We have also a responsibility when you think about the work of artists. We, as those who support artists, really, this is a time for people to come out even more. Go to these exhibitions, back artists up, tell the stories, because then the narrative gets captured when they're in these congressional hearings, which are a sideshow. And we have a responsibility to tell a different story, Jared.
Well, it's also only about the now. The congressional hearings are about the now. But if you look at authoritarian regimes and the degenerate artists that the Hitler regime proclaimed, we remember all the artists he didn't want us to be paying attention to.
That's right.
Because so many of them have gone on to be icons of the 20th century. We don't remember the artists that they officially wanted recognized and put into galleries throughout Europe.
Agreed. And I think, across the country right now, we have all kinds of museums and cultural centers doing exhibitions of the 250th anniversary of the United States. And I think that we should be looking at those, consuming them, comparing them, and determining, whose history is being told, and not stop telling. Once we stop telling the story, it's game over. And so I think that the pushback, the Smithsonian is a national treasure. It was set up to be able to tell the people's history, the whole history, through different lenses, with African-American lens, the history of this country, through arts and culture. And we are at great risk if that history is removed, if it is, and then to have signs put out saying, this may offend you. Well, I don't think so. And so I think that we're also trying to dumb down Americans. It's if I'm a regular citizen should be offended by this, because I don't need someone to put a little placard out saying you might be offended because you don't see, some other artifact from the revolution here. I think that is ludicrous. I think that has to be brought into curriculums. This needs to be, these are teachable moments, and really important that we're telling this story.
Well, it's easy for me to say because I'm not in charge of any of these institutions, but you look at Lonnie Bunch, the secretary, and now that we know all that he's been going through all this time, the battles that he's been fighting, it's pretty extraordinary that I don't think we're fully recognizing the strength of our museums and arts and culture figures in this moment.
They're essential places at this time. They become those very important community gathering spots, and the Smithsonian is free. There are no barriers to entry, and so we, the people, should be going into those museums every opportunity that we can.
Well, speaking of opportunity, Robert Lazzarini we have talked about on this show, and he is an artist who represents America through, one way to describe it is distorted sculptures. He'll take something like the American Eagle or George Washington and make it rather askew so that you have this unsettling sense that this icon that you've come to know has shifted in some way. We had John Ravenel on the show. He was to be the curator of Robert Lazzarini being the U.S. representative to the U.S. Biennale before, I won't go into all the machinations about this, but before it essentially all fell apart. The Trump administration rushed in with their own artist without very much tie, with a program backing it with no ties to the art world. And a lot of people were upset that Lazzarini's show was never shown. Now it's going to be shown right here in Boston at the MassArt Art Museum.
This is true. We are really looking forward to it. So it will be some of the pieces that we're going to the Biennale, and some pieces that Robert's creating just for this show, and other pieces of his collection. But we are really excited to have this because, this is about the storytelling. And, the exhibition, which will be opening on September 30th, along with another exhibition from Banu Cenatotu, and I'm hoping I'm not botching that, who is a Turkish artist. Both of their works together are really profound. Banu's work looks at the different amendments from the UN Global Rights Declaration of Rights, and he's citing two pieces, and it's looking at what changes over time in Robert's work as well. So these two artists together are going to create the opportunity for us to have some really rich discussions about how do artists show up and represent these important times? How do we think about them? How do we have conversations? How do we understand history and who's telling those stories? So we are very excited to have these two gifted artists and to really be able to bring our students through, have community members come through, and have a shared experience about this. So there'll be educational programming and a lot of other things that will be happening.
Well, it's not necessarily always bold. That's not a word that would be used for a college president or a museum director, Lisa Tung in this case, to program an exhibition. But in this case, you are bold because this is something that was, depending on whom you believe, was deliberately derailed so that something else could take its place to represent the United States. But you felt, I would imagine you and your team with the museum felt the responsibility that this work needed to be in conversation with the public.
And I think that's one of the beautiful parts about having a museum that's part of a college, because we have a chance to, look at what's happening real time, like we were just talking, these are real moments of history we are all living through right now. So how do we have that responsibility with our students to do some sense making, if we can, to understand what happens with something like that, to imagine someday one of our students could be an artist in a position like this where something is suddenly upended. How do they respond? How do they recover? How do we make sure these stories don't get lost? So I think it's all of those things that it's, and I don't know that I don't think we should be thinking about these things as bold, but more like our responsibility as educators, as cultural leaders, and to welcome in our community to share this experience with us so that we're seeing that, this is, everything is subject to the individual interpretation, and that's the beauty of art. And so we, with MAM being a free museum, again, like the Smithsonian, no barrier to entry. So this will be open to the public and our community and our students and in schools throughout, New England, and we really hope that people will come in and experience these two artists together, because there's a lot going on here and a lot of lessons we can take back out from the museum.
Well, it's great to know that an international spotlight was deprived, but they're not going to sit in a dark warehouse in storage, that they're coming to the MassArt Art Museum, which, as you say, is always free, and that's happening at the end of September. We'll definitely be talking more on this show about that. If people are just tuning in, I'm speaking with Mary Grant, the president of MassArt. Before we get to your books and movies and what to be paying attention to this summer, there was a recent piece in the New York Times talking about the resurgence of grandma hobbies. We're talking, what, quilting, needlepoint, knitting,
crocheting. It was ceramic. It was everything. And who writes the headlines? I'm not quite sure, because this return to tactile making, I think we've seen this since coming out of the pandemic, and I see it with my students all the time. Whenever they're all artists, by the way, but they're carrying crochet needles with them, other things to just keep their head, their heart, and their hands all going at the same time. And the other thing with this is it's bringing community groups together. You can show up at an event and maybe you don't know anyone, and together you're making a quilt. One of the events I actually went to that might fall into this category, a local pub in our area had an evening of pints and pearls, it was called. It was knitting and have a pint of ale.
Knit one, pearl one. I know that from my grandmother.
And I kept thinking, what goes wrong if you're focused more on the pint than the pearls?
Yeah.
But we had more fun. And so I think that we're seeing also a resurgence of crafts as a serious industry of making, and beautiful works of art, and foundations across the country are getting behind this movement. We see it all the time. And one of the things that I love about my students is they can think, create, and make. And so the granny hobbies, and I do love that. I don't think any granny would be, and maybe grandpa hobbies. It also calms us down. There are health benefits to this too. You are focused, you are settled, you are holding something, you are not concentrating on the craziness of the world, but in that moment, what's right in front of you.
Well, I was also struck to be reacquainted with the notion that the arts and crafts movement came after the Industrial Revolution, that the studio movement came after the 1950s, when we saw the surge in mass production in this country, and plastics, and just everything was easily accessible. And now this is happening, this return to craft and art making and the hands-on tactile experience in this age of AI.
Yeah, it's so true, because, I think I've shared this with you. I have my students who will say to me, we're the analog generation. And they understand technology. These are young folks who were born with a phone in their hand. But what they're really pushing us to have good conversations on, what does this do to our humanity? What does it do to the spirit that goes into making something, the authenticity, the things we leave behind? And so I love this, because this generation, and when I mean that I'm talking college students, are pushing us to think very clearly about how we're implementing AI, and I think we'll do a better job with it. But the makers movement is strong. It's more than crafts, and you get to be able to do something and see a tangible result at the end of it. And I think there's a lot of pride that comes with that.
Well, and how great is it to just buy something, not at a store, not
That's
something
right.
mass-produced, but to know that somebody actually made it. And frankly, half the time, it's a quarter of the price as something you may find in a department store or something.
Heck, I made a spoon. Okay? Not a very good spoon, but it was satisfying. I carved it out of a block of wood, and I am so darn proud of that spoon.
As you should be. All right, this is the part I've been waiting for your entire segment. We love to ask you in particular what you're watching or reading, and this time you have a very full list. Shall we start with the books?
Yes, please. So, excuse me, I finished reading, and I would strongly recommend it, Theo of Golden by Alan Levi. It is a beautiful, beautiful book. I won't give it away, but it's set in community. It's centered on love. It's centered on art. And it is a beautiful story of humanity. And the most amazing thing is Alan Levi is a first-time author. This is his first book. He self-published it originally, and then Simon & Schuster picked it up. And it is, it's sit with it, have a cup of coffee, a cup of tea, and just enjoy it. It is beautiful and spectacular.
Didn't that become a #1 New York Times bestseller?
It is a #1 New York Times bestseller.
And it's all built around art.
It's all built around art, and it's built around community, and it's built around this elderly gentleman who arrives in a community, enters a coffee shop where there are portraits on the wall, and he begins to explore not only the person who painted them, but the stories of those who are in those portraits. And it brings a community together, and there's a beautiful line in this book, Jared, where it talks about all of these pieces of art being done and centered around love. And I just so my reading and some of the things I'm doing right now is to kind of lift that energy up and focus on the things we love. But it is beautiful and grounding. It's really grounding. So I recommend that strongly.
And again, that was
Theo of Golden
by Alan Levi. And for people who don't have access to pen and paper right now, we are putting everything on our Instagram page and on our podcast website, our regular website, I guess all the websites, so that people have your list. What's next on the list?
Okay, so Bread of Angels, a memoir by Patti Smith. And Patti Smith, we may know her as a musician, but she is an exquisite writer, a beautiful writer. She's a songwriter, and the book feels like that. And this is really a look at her growing up, and it's a looking at her family circumstances. She had some hard-scrabble times as a young person, and her tribe, her brother and her sister, just so important to her. The marriage to her husband, and it's about grief and loss and family and community and those people who gather around us when we need them, and it just shows how magical she is in her writing.
Well, and anybody who knows Patti Smith knows she's had an extraordinary amount of loss. I do know a bit about this one because I did have her on the show last fall.
Oh.
And here she is talking about Bread of Angels, her latest memoir, and this is what she had to say about the people who inspired her to write it.
So many people that were important and helped shape me and, were protectors, my knight, and I wanted people to know of them because they're not here to speak of themselves. So I think it's a book of remembrance, but also gratitude. The book gave me an opportunity to thank a lot of people, even with one line, to thank my art teacher that I had when I was 15. Just a line here or two, or maybe it's a chapter, but a way to thank my parents. Thank, my dog. Thank my siblings.
It's so great. It must make you happy as a art college president to hear that she's the first one she lists as her teachers.
And throughout the book, you just see the people who were in her life at different points in time and later in life to reflect on that and tell the whole story, because we're shaped by the people who we encounter. And sometimes we don't know it at that moment, but it is beautiful and I love it. And she's also, again, another one of these individuals. Her life story relates with so many of ours, just the coming of age, when television first arrived in our living rooms, all of those things. And it's told in a way that just captivates you and makes you feel like you know her and some of her life.
And that, again, is Bread of Angels, a memoir by Patti Smith. What else is on your list?
Oh, my gosh. If you want some fun, you have got to watch the Netflix. It's on Netflix. It's called How to Get to Heaven from Belfast. It is hilarious. And it is the story of these three friends who go to a wake for one of their other friends. And it just, madcap ensues from there.
Oh, is this one that was written by the same team behind Dairy Girls?
Dairy Girls.
Oh.
And the casting is spectacular. The dynamics between these three women, who they are also portrayed throughout in different points as where they are in there as kids, and the story that connects them and binds them, what happened to their friend, but the adventures that these women have are beautifully funny. Anyone who has a tribe of friends who both challenge you, make you mad as heck, but get you through everything will relate. And it is the physical comedy, hilarious, and moments of poignancy. But I loved it. When it got to the end, I thought, oh wow, I wish there was another season of this. It was so
Oh, so this
good.
is a series, not a film.
It's a series. So you can watch it at your leisure, come back to it. So it's one of those things where if you've got a couple of rainy days like we're having now, you could put it on and come back to it when you have more time.
We have time for, speaking of time, we have time for one more. What else do you want to point us toward?
So again, because I haven't had time yet to go, to the movies and see some of the biggies that are out, another sweet one is Remarkably Bright Creatures. And if you were a fan of Sally Field, you have to see this movie. 2026 it was released. It was based on a novel by Shelby Van Pelt. And it is the story of this aging caregiver of a cleaner at this aquarium in this little town, and the relationship that she builds with a squid whose voice is narrated by Alfred Molina. And so the casting is sweet. Sally Field is incredible. And it's just a beautiful little story. If you just, again, feel like you need something to stop the heaviness for a while, a good cast, a sweet story, and Sally Field is just magnificent.
Well, we all need a recharge while we step back forward and do the bold and brave and important things. Mary Grant, as always, thank you so much. It's great to have you here.
Good to have you here as well. Enjoy the rest of the summer.
Thank you. You too. Mary Grant is the president of MassArt, and she joins us regularly. Again, you'll find her summer reading and watching list in our podcast description online, as well as on the Culture Show Instagram page, or you can visit mine at The Jared Bowen. I'll have it there as well. Well, coming up, what happens to the pieces of a national monument after they've done their job? Artifacts that kept the Statue of Liberty standing, shining, and accessible can now be found in a famed Newport mansion. That's next on The Culture Show. Stay with us.
China is rolling out electric cars that use more environmentally friendly sodium-based batteries. They're more expensive to build than lithium batteries for now, but experts say that's only a matter of time.
As more and more countries will pick up this technology, I think they will get cheaper than lithium.
A future of more affordable EVs. Hear that story next time on The World.
This afternoon at 3, here on GBH News 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And Morningside Music Bridge, returning to Boston. The summer program shines a spotlight on young classical musicians from around the world, with concerts now through August 7th at New England Conservatory. mmb.international.
Support for GBH comes from you and M. Steinert & Sons.
M. Steinert & Sons has been a sponsor of GBH for decades.
Brendan Murphy, President.
The programming on GBH is important to us. They care about education, care about music and culture. Those are the things that align with our clientele. So when we sponsor on GBH, we know our clients and our future clients are hearing us.
To learn more, visit gbh.org/sponsorship.
Listen to GBH 89.7, read GBH Daily, and watch the Boston Public Radio live stream. However you get your news, find it on the GBH News app. Download it today on the App Store or Google Play.
I'm Jared Bowen. This is The Culture Show, live on 89.7 and streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel. For almost 140 years, the Statue of Liberty has presented one of the most recognizable silhouettes in the world. Torch raised, crown against the sky, and copper robes practically rippling in New York Harbor. Beneath that familiar green surface lies an extraordinary feat of engineering, an iron framework designed by Gustave Eiffel to support the statue's thin copper skin while also allowing it to flex in the harbor winds. During the monument's sweeping centennial restoration in the 1980s, workers repaired the copper, replaced corroded supports, and removed pieces that had served the statue for generations. Many of those objects are now on view at Belcourt of Newport in bones of the Statue of Liberty, including lamps that once illuminated the monument, a massive cog from its maintenance and rescue elevator, and railings from the pedestal stairway. Belcourt offers a fitting setting. Richard Morris Hunt, who designed the famed Newport Mansion, also created the Statue of Liberty's pedestal. And the exhibition reveals Lady Liberty not only as a symbol, but also as something engineered, repaired, and a trial run for the Eiffel Tower. David Bettencourt curated the exhibition. Welcome to The Culture Show. Great to have you here.
Thank you so much. It's great to be here. Big fan of the show.
Well,
so thank you.
And I'm such a fan of what you've done because there is just layer after layer of story here. What drew you to this?
I've been absolutely blessed to be the manager of this estate for Carolyn Rafalian. And Ms. Rafalian became the steward of this unbelievable collection of Eiffel's just tremendous invention, which is this armature bar that I'm actually holding one of them now. It's like these iron armature bars that were the bones of the Statue of Liberty. And they were attached to her skin on the inside by these copper saddles. And it's just this unbelievable collection that's been kind of, hidden in a warehouse until it needed the right home. and Carolyn and Belcourt have become that right home, and it's an honor to walk in this building, but it's an honor to walk in this building with the bones of liberty here as well. So it's definitely cool.
I think it's fascinating that, of course, because it's the Statue of Liberty, people pay so much attention to what the sculpture is, less the pedestal, and certainly not what's inside. But as you have taken this closer look and this excavation as these objects come onto view, what do you now understand that maybe you hadn't before about again, this trial run for the Eiffel Tower?
I've learned that Gustav Eiffel is my new hero. He saved the day on this project, was brought in specifically because they didn't know how the statue was going to handle being in the harbor there in New York City. So, and he is cocky, brave, and just this cool cat who comes up with this ingenious plan. And unfortunately, over time, it wasn't. Needed some maintenance, and then in the 80s, they pulled them down 4 at a time, rebuilt them in stainless steel, and all of these armature bars, some of them on display here. And it's just an amazing thing to think about. I love just looking at them. All of them are different. Each one is a different shape. Each one did the curve of her dress or her features in her face. It's just remarkable to see them here.
What was the length of planning? Because, of course, now so much of this can be rendered with computers and amazing programs. But of course, this was all a century and a half ago.
It's remarkable. Yeah. I mean, they built it all twice effectively, too. So they built it in Paris as a trial run, then created it all, shipped it to America. And then, of course, Americans had to find a way to pay for the pedestal. Once they raised the money, Hunt built the pedestal, and they had to rebuild that entire armature bars and the entire skeleton again, which must have been pretty nerve-wracking, I would imagine.
Well, especially if you forgot a piece.
I was just going to say, yeah, it'd be really rough. But it's just a remarkable feat of engineering that I think most people, they realize the statue is, what it meant to immigrants coming to this country, its importance. It's probably the #1 icon in the world. Everyone knows the Statue of Liberty, but I think few realize just how amazing it is that it has stood the test of time, thanks to Eiffel's engineering feat. Pretty neat.
Well, I also want to ask you about the pedestal and the mansion where this is all housed for this exhibition. But first, there are a couple of new elements that have been made from the Statue of Liberty copper that you also have there right now. Tell me about those.
Yeah, sure. So the saddles that connected the armature bars to her copper skin were removed and has been melted down. And it's a keepsake, for the people celebrating 250th year of the United States. Is a great little gift. It includes copper from the statue's restoration.
I should mention you're holding up a coin for our YouTube
audience.
Yeah,
that's right. I forgot we're on radio. Very exciting. So it's this beautiful copper coin that features some of the copper from the statue's restoration that's available as a keepsake for this whole collection. So you can get them on reallibertycopper.com and as well at the house here as well in Newport.
It benefits a number of charities. There's also seems very incongruous, but a motorcycle that was constructed out of the copper as well.
That's right. The Orange County Choppers took some of the copper and plated a chopper. It was on their hit TV show American Choppers back in 2005. So that's here on display as well. And you mentioned the lights. We have some of the lights that used to light Liberty. And actually my favorite piece, besides the armature bars, which I think are cool, but I love this cog that we have from the elevator. As early as 1907, they put an elevator in the Statue of Liberty, and they had to replace it. So we have one of those original cogs as well, which I think is just the coolest thing.
Well, to move down the statue to the pedestal, which of course is also a piece of sculpture in and of itself, or certainly architecture, tell me about the history of that and the weight of designing that, knowing that, of course, the attention needs to shift to the statue above it.
Yeah, that was, there are a few quotes from Richard Morris Hunt, a great American architect, but a very soft-spoken man. And he basically said what you just mentioned, which is we don't want to take away from the Statue of Liberty. We need the pedestal needs to be something that doesn't take your focus off of her, but it fits. And he's the perfect man for the job. And of course, 10 years later, he creates this house that I'm in today, which he builds as a 60,000 square foot, 1-bedroom apartment for a wealthy divorced bachelor. So definitely Hunt did a lot of different things. Skyline of New York City, the pedestal of Statue of Liberty, and many, many wealthy family homes here in Newport.
Well, before we
interesting guy.
Yeah, before we come back to the Bachelor crash pad, from which this all is seen, the Newport Mansion. Well, how do you attribute the fact that this had never dawned on me, I have to say, that the Statue of Liberty has on its pedestal withstood being out in the middle of the harbor with all of those winds, all of those major storms over a century and a half without coming down?
Yeah, I think it's just a testament to the engineer, the sculptor. I mean, Bartholdi, they knew what they were doing. And the plan was to make this last forever. And they've done a pretty good job. I know, in the 30s, it needed a little work. And then, of course, a huge restoration in the 80s. But she's never looked better, I think. I think she's going to be around for a long time. So very cool.
For people just tuning in, I'm speaking with David Bettencourt, who has curated Bones of the Statue of Liberty, which is on view at Belcourt of Newport, Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. Tell me a little bit more about this mansion and how people can experience it now.
Yeah, so the exhibit is open to the public, and when the house is open, you can come on in and see the exhibit. We also, though, since 1957, this house has been giving a great guided tour. It's become, we're off the beaten path. We're not a part of the other mansion society, but you get to see this house. It has a crazy history from the second jazz festival, just one year. An ownership that called it Belcourt Castle had an issue with spirits and ghosts. We were allegedly one of the most haunted houses in Newport at one point. And then to Carolyn Rafaelian's just a stunning, a multi-million-dollar restoration, bringing this house, making it look similar to the way it did in 1895, but also adding solar panels and geothermal and bringing it off the grid and really making it somewhere where people can see the house the way it should be seen. It's cool.
And you've mentioned
I
her
say
name.
that a lot.
Yeah, you've mentioned her name a couple of times. She is, of course, the owner of it now, but also a huge philanthropist, and as you say, has restored it and made it accessible to the public. Well, thank you so much for being on the show today. This is great to learn about this lesser-known history, I should say, of the Statue of Liberty. Congratulations, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
David Bettencourt curated Bones of the Statue of Liberty, structural elements removed during the 1984-1986 restoration. The permanent exhibition is included with guided tours of Belcourt of Newport, Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. For tickets and information, visit belcourt.com. Again, thank you, and thank you for listening to another edition of The Culture Show. Tune in tomorrow or join us live at the Boston Public Library for our Arts and Culture Week in Review. BTS boycotts the Grammys, famed chef Barbara Lynch is back, and one Nantucket store says no to influencers. And now they're trying to influence the store's social commentary. All that and more, which you can experience live from the BPL studio. No tickets or reservations required. The Culture Show crew is Max Chow-Gillette, Kate Dellis, and Chelsea Mers. Our interns are Katie McCabe and Adina Velasquez. Our engineer is Bill Piazzatelli, and Bill Francis produced our YouTube live stream. I'm Jared Bowen. Have a great day.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's art and culture programming.
GBH's All Things Considered is coming up this afternoon at 4, with Marketplace at 6:30. But first, get a global view of the news with The World. Up next, here on GBH 89.7.
Support for our programs comes from you.
And Innuendo, open during the Massachusetts sales tax holiday, August 8th. Hunter Douglas's PowerView line of automated window treatments available for purchase. Hunter Douglas at Innuendo and innuendo.com. Redcoats meet shades of gray when an unlikely group of spies go behind enemy lines to turn the tide in America's fight for independence. Catch Turn, Washington's Spies, tonight at 9 on GBH 44.
When it comes to regulating AI, there's not much guidance from the federal government, but a group of teens is ready to take on the challenge of coming up with policy around AI in academics.
Now it falls to the kids. Let them lead the way.
I'm Sasha Pfeiffer. We take you to Boston, where students have come together to agree on one unified national policy to navigate AI in schools. That story on All Things Considered from NPR News.
Today at 4, here on GBH News 89.7.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?